Good evening all, and welcome. This video has been graciously sponsored by Skillshare. If you didn't know already, this amazing platform offers a variety of online classes on literally everything you can think of, taught by the experts. And with so many of us being stuck at home, like me, it might be time to brush up on existing skills or learn something entirely new. I've decided to take it back to basics and start doing my piano lessons again. I did miss piano, and with the help of Eve Williams, I have been making some serious progress. I do love the piano. So, I highly recommend checking that out if you're interested in playing, but there are also so many other classes you can do, so just go nuts. You can learn anything you want. The first 1,000 people who click the link in my description will get a free trial of Skillshare Premium, which is beyond worth it, so go ahead and make the most of it. But for now, it's time to get comfortable and let the darkness take control. A little background information about me. I have panic disorder. For those of you who don't know what it is, it's a mental illness that causes extreme anxiety, severe panic attacks, and a slew of problems. I've been suffering with this for over a year now, and while it's getting better, it is still very difficult to deal with. Please keep this in mind. My husband and I have been married a little over a year now. The time we were married, unfortunately, I was undergoing medical issues that no doctors could seem to explain. I was having panic attacks all the time, and they would be so severe, I would have to be taken to the ER, where they would have to literally sedate me to calm me down. I was also losing weight at an exponential and scary rate, becoming sicker and sicker as time went on. Not even a month after we were married, I lost my job and was homebound while my husband worked second shift, which was 4 p.m. to 3 a.m. He would arrive home at around 4 a.m., leaving me alone most of the time. My parents and younger brother live close by, perhaps a 10-minute drive at most. But at the moment, my mother, who is a schoolteacher, and father, who works in a factory, were unable to watch over me. They called me as frequently as they could, but that was all they could do. In May, I was told by doctors that I was literally at death's door, and unless something happened quickly, my family was going to lose me. I was given medication to help with the panic attacks and to get me to eat. They wanted to hospitalize me, but I refused. My parents decided that when they and my younger brother went to Florida the next month, they were taking me with them. Again, keep in mind, I am both anxious and extremely sick. Around this time, the real issue begins. Not with me, but with our neighbors. See, we've never actually met our neighbors personally. My husband lived in the trailer for a month on his own before we married, and he always said they were odd, but they didn't seem to be of any concern. However, once I came into the picture, that changed. The person who lived in the trailer before us was actually a cousin of mine, who rented from another cousin and his wife who lived states away. Nora was a huge druggie and a drug dealer, so people got used to getting their fixes and drugs at the trailer we now live in. Then a few months before we moved in, she got in trouble with the law and landed in jail for some time. I'm guessing our neighbors who, according to our landlords, were drug addicts and raging alcoholics as well. And they thought that perhaps she was back. I'm not quite sure. I suppose this is because from where I was so sick, and my husband slept when he could from both working odd hours and taking care of me, so they never actually saw us. They just knew that someone was there. They became active at night. During the day, they were predominantly quiet. Every once in a while, they would do something outside, but for the most part, nothing really happened. It was always after my husband left for work. My car was still there, which should have told them at least someone was still home. It started off innocently enough, driving up and down in front of the house, parking in the road directly in front of it, and waiting. They'd honk the horn, but I ignored them. Several times I called my parents, asking them what to do. They said for me to just ignore them, because maybe they thought Nora was back, and after some time they'd get the hint it was new people and leave me be. So I did just that, for a time. When they started driving up the driveway and stopping at the porch, that is the first time that I called the cops. All I was told was as long as they didn't encroach on my actual property, there was nothing they could do. They advised me to turn on the lights to my house, signaling I was home. I couldn't sleep, despite needing to. I had mono and panic disorders and depression, and I desperately needed to sleep. My husband had the weekends off, and you can guess it, there were never any issues then. It was insane and infuriating. Everyone believed me when I said I was having problems, but there was only so much I could do. My father-in-law brought over one of his shotguns, a 12 gauge, knowing that I was a good shot. He told me to use it if I needed to. Another background thing is that I shot trap for years, and when I was 18, I placed second in district. I chose not to go to state, but knowing I was good enough for second was a proud moment for me. My father-in-law made me promise I would use it if it came to it, so I did. One night, my husband was at work, and I guess my body finally shut off. I fell asleep for once, only to be awoken at 1 a.m. to the sound of our neighbor's truck tearing out from behind the trailer. I jumped up and looked outside to see them driving out of our driveway. They started speeding up in front of the house, and I called the cops again. I called my dad, my mum, and my dad came over because I was in full panic attack mode. My dad called my husband, who came immediately. There were tire marks in the grass behind the trailer, but they couldn't necessarily prove it was them, despite me describing their truck down to the dents. My dad told the cops this had been going on long enough, but again, there was not enough evidence nor proof. A week. Just one more week until I could go with my family to Florida. I somehow managed to be a bridesmaid in my older brother's wedding, despite being so sick. I was doped up on medication to keep me calm, so that I wouldn't have another panic attack. And to be honest, I don't recall much about that day other than it poured with rain. My husband, naturally, was at work. I was sitting at home, our 2 cats soundly asleep, and I was playing my 3DS, with Markiplier on the TV for background. The time around midnight, my cats suddenly awoke and came unglued. They ran to the side door, then to the front door, growling and hissing, their hair on end. They'd never behaved that way before, so I started to get up to see what it was they were freaking out about. When I hear it, "How are we gonna do this?" I froze. I heard them. I heard their footsteps as they walked up and down the front porch. I wasn't sure how many there were, but I knew for a fact there were at least 3 men outside. My curtains were closed, and most of the lights were off, but the TV was on, and surely they could hear Markiplier's eccentric volume. They had gotten quieter. I heard their footsteps on the porch again. I grabbed my phone, shakily swiping it until I found my dad's number and calling him. I remember breathing hard, feeling a panic attack setting in. "Hello?" They're here. I remember sobbing. They're on the porch, Daddy. They want to get in. I'm on my way. Call the cops. I hung up with him, then heard them talking amongst themselves on how they wanted to break in and what they wanted. I ran into the bedroom, grabbed the 12 gauge, opened the chamber to see it fully loaded and called the cops. I left the lights off. I decided I was going to have them caught this time, and I wasn't going to run off. The dispatch answered, and I told them what was going on. As sick as I was, I managed to hold that shotgun to my shoulder, pointed at the door, remembering everything my dad taught me about shooting while I was a hunter and when I shot trap. But I was still scared out of my mind. Somehow I kept my panic attack down, but I was still breathing hard. Calm your breath, son. You say they're outside. Yes. I heard one say they heard me. Then the other one said it wouldn't be a problem. Oh my God. They're coming, sweetie, I promise. I'm armed. Excuse me? I'm armed. I said it, hoping that they'd hear me. With what, sweetheart? 12 gauge. They want to hurt me. I'm not gonna let them. She's armed, I heard him tell the police, who were supposed to be on their way. I heard armed from one of the guys outside, then silence. Ma'am? I can't. I heard the footsteps, leaving, then saw the lights to my dad's truck. My dad's here. I lowered the shotgun and ran outside, my dad and younger brother running out of the truck. My dad had the Judge in hand, which is a pistol that shoots 12 gauge rounds and feels like a hand cannon. You'd swear you'd just broken your wrist. While my younger brother was holding a knife. It's my dad and brother. They're armed too. Okay, what of the men? I don't see 'em. When the cops get there, disarm yourselves, okay? I thanked the dispatchers for everything, and about this time the cops pulled up. I told my dad and younger brother to disarm, so they put the weapons in the truck while I took my gun inside and sat in the kitchen on top of our dinner table. My dad told me to get back in the house and for my younger brother to go with me. As soon as I stepped inside, the panic attack hit. My dad came inside for a moment and hugged me, telling me how brave I had been, especially for holding it as long as I did. Shaking, crying, gasping for breath, I listened as he went back outside. The cops found footprints and an area on the porch where the men had tried to break in at one point, but the men had scattered, leaving it difficult for the cops to trace exactly where they came from. My dad told them it was the neighbors, and my landlord actually called and told the cops it was more likely our neighbors as well, who had apparently been giving my cousin who lives up the road a difficult time too. The cops noticed some of the footprints went into the neighbor's yard, but they weren't home, of course. I remember my dad and younger brother standing outside, just as the cops pulled up, yelling as loudly as they could that they would drop them if they ever so much as saw them around me again. Enough is enough, my dad yelled over and over. She's sick. She needs rest. Leave her the hell alone or I'll drop you, I swear. And I noticed he was crying. My dad isn't the type of person to do that. My whole life, I've seen my dad cry maybe a handful of times. When he talked about his deceased father, when my grandma died, when the doctors told me I was on death's door, when my younger brother was born, with 10 years difference between us. My dad had been scared that he wouldn't get there in time, and maybe, just maybe, I would hesitate to protect myself. But I had made my mind up. I wasn't going to let them get away with it anymore. That night, my husband came home from work and hugged me so tightly, I thought my lungs would burst. My younger brother texted him what was going on, but reassured him I was okay. A week later, I went to Florida. Time went on, and I'm still getting better. As for my neighbors, I've never had problems with him again. I'm not sure if it was the cops actually going to their house, or if it was my dad and younger brother threatening them. Or maybe it was me, them hearing me say that I was armed. I don't know, and I don't care. They're still there, but I know they won't do anything. Ever again. My name is Noah, and this is an experience that happened to me a few years ago. I used to live in East St. Louis and was 17 at the time of these events. I am 19 now. After all of this, I moved and have since been living in the Twin Cities. I'd say I, at least, think about what happened once a week. Now, coming from a place like East St. Louis, I have my fair share of stories to tell. But out of all of them, this one is by far the scariest. I used to hang out with this girl from high school I liked called Charlotte. I met Charlotte in sophomore year, and we often hung out outside of St. Louis in Weldon Springs. This was at her grandparents' place, which is a suburb further away. Despite her being a social outcast, she seemed to gain the attention of some people as she was attractive. One of which was someone at her previous school she transferred from freshman year and somehow befriended. His name was Zeke. Initially, I didn't find him weird. We hung out a few times, none of which were really bad. It's just that he gave off not so good vibes. However, when it was just me and Charlotte hanging out at her place, Zeke showed up unannounced. This was one of the many warning signs he gave that he wasn't really good to be around. Me and her were laying down on her couch when we saw headlights outside. I knew it was Zeke because he pulled up in his crappy and poorly maintained Toyota Corolla. This annoyed us both in some ways. He didn't exactly pick up on social norms. He wasn't autistic or anything, but he was strange. So basically he just came in and dampened our day, which was pretty normal for whenever he came over. I could list all the other things he did, but it would take too long. If it wasn't enough, he owned quite a bit of expensive stuff, including the car. He was our age, didn't have a job, nor did he live with his family, so it's safe to assume he got into his fair share of trouble. I don't think I need to explain why where I lived was terrible. If you think of the Bronx, South Chicago, or even Detroit, it's bad. But then you haven't been to East St. Louis. I hated it so much there. I would often stay at Charlotte's grandparents' place and would periodically skip school. And having this Zeke kid didn't exactly make me feel any safer living here. Me and Charlotte went to school together. However, as I said earlier, Zeke did not, and went to school on the Illinois side, while me and Charlotte went to Missouri. We were both sitting at the lunch table together when I heard someone's voice shouting, not so much in a threatening way, but to get someone's attention. When I heard Charlotte's name being called, I turned around and saw Zeke, which creeped me out as he didn't go to our school. It wasn't just him though. Several of his friends came by. I got confused when I heard one of his friends say, "Who's that Asian bitch?" Right away, I knew in some way that Zeke was talking about Charlotte amongst his friends. He only had 2 friends with him, but he would always talk about being with many more, which I wouldn't put past his crazy ass, to be honest. They were generally just being annoying, so after the 3rd time his asshole friend got into Charlotte's personal space, I announced to them that if they didn't piss off, I'd beat their asses. They didn't take it well, and one of his friends came close to me and shoved me in the cafeteria seat. Without giving too much unnecessary detail, a fight broke out until the deans broke it off and realized that him and his friends didn't belong there, and the cops came. And as to what they did to them, I don't know. It was probably them being let off with a warning or something petty. I, on the other hand, was suspended for a few days and stayed home. Me and Charlotte were messaging each other one night at 2 in the morning. I had woken up to something that was going on outside my house, and as such, decided to go and grab a snack. I sat down at the kitchen counter watching YouTube videos on my phone when I got a message from Charlotte. It was obviously unexpected, and I opened it right away. This was on Snapchat, and it was a picture snap. It was a selfie with the caption, "I can't sleep." I didn't bother sending a snap back and instead messaged her, "How come?" "I don't know," she replied. We spoke for a good minute about stuff that didn't matter until she brought up that someone was close near her house, leaving their headlights on. I initially asked if she knew the car, so I could figure it out if it was Zeke in his crappy blue Corolla. She said that it wasn't. It was a dark grey, probably black Honda Accord. As much as she tried brushing it off, I just couldn't. It gave me really bad vibes. We started to talk about irrelevant stuff and eventually fell asleep. However, once I was able to go back to school, Charlotte wasn't there. I didn't see her in any classes, and I messaged her to see if she was okay. While I can't say for certain, I just didn't get good vibes. What I mean by this is she generally seemed more distant. Her responses were shorter, not as if she hated me, but more like I was somehow dangerous to her. The next few days, she wasn't in school either, and I began to get genuinely worried. However, I spoke to Zeke about this, who pretty much hated me at this point, and after asking him on Snapchat and Instagram if she was okay, he blocked me. I began to feel hopeless. However, what I am about to tell you next was crucial in me finding out more. I stayed after school to finish an English assignment when I heard some idiots outside being obnoxious. I looked out, and who did I see? Other than Zeke and his few friends. I ignored them initially, but when their chatter finally got to a halt, I looked out again. He got into his car and drove away, but when I saw Zeke's friends getting into a car matching Charlotte's description of a dark grey Honda, my eyes widened, and I got a bad feeling. Later that night when I got home, I texted Charlotte to check on her, but she wasn't responding. A day passed by. She didn't open my message. And that's when I walked through the neighborhood and stopped at her dad's place. He answered the door and asked what I wanted, and asked if he knew where Charlotte was. Her dad sighed and gave me a look of what I can only describe as devastation. His demeanor changed from angry and aggressive to downright hopeless. He told me that Charlotte left a few days ago and hasn't returned since. I asked if she told where she was going, but he didn't know. That's when I explained to him she hasn't replied to any of my texts, and I did the same thing with her grandparents, but they said they hadn't seen or heard from her either. Immediately, any optimism in me was gone, and I felt like giving up. Charlotte didn't have many friends, and neither did I, so it was almost just always us talking together. A few days later, after no response, I went to the police station and told them that she was missing. I went on to say that I suspected Zeke and his friends of being involved in what happened. After nothing happening for a day or so, I got a snap from Charlotte. My eyes widened in excitement. However, that excitement quickly went away when I saw a selfie of someone that wasn't her. He was in some worn-down, derelict-as-hell building. I knew this because a lot of the wall and roof was missing, and it showed the streetlight from outside. I replayed the snap to see if anything stood out, to no avail. If I remember properly, it was probably one of his friends, because of a blue bandana he wore. There was no caption, and I wanted to respond, but I knew it wasn't her. I got so frustrated that I called the police and told them about my situation. To make it short, they said that they would investigate, whatever that meant. I visited Charlotte's grandparents and stayed the night, not wanting to go to school next day. I spoke to some people on Snapchat and Messenger, and at the same time was trying to find something to do about this. I began talking to one of my middle school friends who lived in another suburb called Eddie. While he didn't know Charlotte, he knew Zeke and had added him on Snap. It was a silly idea, but they actually talked, which I didn't even expect at all. The next day after school, I met up with Eddie, and he requested Zeke's location on Snap. He was clearly stupid, because about 5 minutes later, Eddie pulled up his phone and his location was somewhere north of St. Louis. He turned his location off, and we took an Uber to the location. Zeke's Bitmoji eventually changed, from the one area he was at back to East St. Louis. We figured it would be worth a shot trying to see where he was and if Charlotte was there. The sun was starting to set, but we went anyway. Once we arrived, we were at the building that Zeke's Bitmoji was over, and well, judging by the appearance of them, it must have looked like it. There were 2 floors, and the upper floor had a lot of the wall and roof destroyed. In fact, it looked identical to the one sent to me that I saw in the snap. I knew Charlotte was there. She had to be. I decided to call her, and what happened next still makes my blood run cold. The actual fear I felt was pretty unmatched. As soon as I hit call, the ringing from the phone in my ear was quickly overshadowed by a loud ringtone coming from inside the warehouse. My eyes widened in terror, and the look on Eddie's face was just as terrifying. Despite the occasional car coming, it was pretty silent. But when I heard footsteps on the concrete and debris from upstairs, I crapped myself inside after seeing something. Barely illuminated by the streetlight was the silhouette of a figure standing near the open wall. It wasn't bright enough to see who, but either way, both of us ran and didn't look back. Once we thought it was safe, we called an Uber back, and the next day after school I returned to the police station and updated the cops with my findings, and told them about what I had found. However, the same officer I had told what I had found seemed to be getting annoyed with me, and I gave up on him. He said an officer would be sent over and that they would call me back. That's when I decided to take the next step in what was becoming my own investigation. Several days went by at school, and I returned next weekend back to her grandparents' place to update them and told them what I'd found. They'd left and gone to the police station on their own and came back after. In the next few hours, the police station called back and updated me. They had gone to the abandoned warehouse, and I asked them what they found. They said nothing. That annoyed me so much, and I didn't even show it to the officer how much I was angry. I ended the call, almost ready to give up hope. I updated Eddie on what I found, and the first thing he checked was Zeke's location, but he wasn't on the map anymore. After this, I decided I'd go further. Charlotte was pretty much my only real friend, and she meant the world to me, and I wasn't going to let her go missing or anything. It was Sunday now, and I was at her grandparents' feeling empty, so I went for a walk. I stopped at a nearby playground and just rested, got extremely bored, and was so burnt out that I almost napped at the picnic table outside. That's when I got a notification on Snapchat. Charlotte has added you as a friend. I opened and accepted it. Then I began to talk to her. I asked her if she was okay, but she kept giving me the same short response she would before, and then stopped replying altogether. Then next, I decided for whatever reason to look on the Snapchat map. I made the terrible mistake of forgetting to turn mine off, because when I looked on Snap Map, I saw Charlotte's Bitmoji right next to mine at the same park. It was broad daylight, and with this I studied my surroundings very quickly before deciding I shouldn't stay. I began to run in the opposite direction of where her location was, and in one quick move turned around, and for the briefest moment I saw someone standing off in the distance. Whoever that was, it wasn't Charlotte. I didn't take any time to observe. I just bolted and didn't go back. I went back on the app after I'd ran for several minutes and turned off my location. However, I saw that her Bitmoji was no longer at the park, but going down the same street I was. This freaked me out even more. I looked behind me and saw off in the distance the familiar figure of Zeke. This was my cue to run. I turned, running past her grandparents' house, and took many turns and didn't stop walking. It was a good 5 minutes later at this point that I called the cops, saying someone was chasing me. I gave them my location and the location of the park, and despite how repetitive me calling the cops had become, they looked everywhere for Zeke but couldn't find him or his car. To prevent him from going to her grandparents' place, the officer gave me a ride back to mine and told me to stay safe. Now, if that was Charlotte, she would have called me, sent a snap of herself at least or something. Obviously it wasn't. It was Zeke, and he was attempting to get me, which almost worked. Monday through Friday at school consisted of asking people if they knew who Charlotte was or if they had seen her. I was so close to giving up and doing something that realistically didn't help, but I felt obligated to. I was so hell-bent on getting answers and making progress that I resorted to doing it. But to my surprise, on Thursday, one of the freshman girls said she did. I asked her everything and if she knew where Charlotte was. She didn't know much about her, but instead directed me to one of her friends on Messenger, who was apparently a close friend of hers. I spoke to them back and forth for a few days, and when we started talking, she asked me if I knew someone called Liam. I didn't, but when she described the dude with the blue bandana, my stomach dropped. I told her about the snap I got sent from Charlotte's account that had someone of that description taking a selfie in it. To add on to that, I told her about the abandoned-looking building. Oh, and in case you're wondering, I did check, and no, her location was not on Snap Map like it usually was. That was the first thing I checked when I received the snap. We began to plan some kind of thing to find her, but I gave up. The next night during a weekend, I was staying up watching YouTube, where I saw headlights beaming through the blinds and tires against the pavement. I stopped and was frozen with fear. As soon as I heard a car door open and close, I didn't take any chances whatsoever. I opened my bedroom window and climbed out, running across my yard and into the neighbor's yard. I hid, but when I heard the sound of glass being shattered from the distance, I lost it and wanted to break down crying. I called the police and told them a break-in was going down. The only amazing thing about living in St. Louis was the fast response time, because within a few minutes the cop arrived, and I heard a familiar voice scream loudly, "Run!" I kid you not. There were footsteps exiting through the back door and through my yard, and coming closer. I felt extremely stupid for not running further, but if I hadn't stayed in the nearby yard, I would have even known a break-in occurred. I ran across the block, and from the distance I saw officers jumping the fence and chasing the guys, one of which was Liam. To make it short, I walked back over and my mum and I filled a statement. My laptop and several things were stolen, but that didn't matter now. I told the cops about how they were involved in one of my friends going missing. However, the next thing I'm about to tell you was the last to happen in this situation, and was the worst of it all. A few days later at 2 a.m., I heard my phone start chiming. I got frustrated at first, thinking it was my alarm going off, but that's when I saw a number I didn't recognize. I got extremely uneasy for some reason, and I decided to answer it. I am honestly so glad I did. I heard heavy breathing, not cliché, creepy heavy breathing, but panicked, more high-pitched breathing. And then I heard a familiar voice that wasn't Zeke's. It was Charlotte. "Hey, Noah." She sounded panicked. Wait, Charlotte? She sounded like she was about to start talking again until she cut herself off. The last thing I heard before the phone got disconnected was the sound of loud footsteps against concrete, shattering glass and other debris and rubble. There was a gasp before the line got disconnected. I was fed up with this. I called the cops yet again and told them that I needed the number traced, and gave them the number that called me. They traced the location, which turns out wasn't coming from the abandoned warehouse where I thought she was at previously. She was in a completely different location southwest of St. Louis. I took my mum's car and drove to the location they brought up. Call me stupid, but I wanted to see it for myself. I stayed over the phone with the operator, and despite his constant warnings to not go, I didn't listen. Once I got there, I stayed nearby in the car. Without waiting too long, I saw the cops pull up. 2 officers went in, and I waited further for something. Since I decided to head over to the location, the operator had me stay on the phone, and I watched as multiple other squad cars arrived. I parked further away and watched in almost sadistic amusement as I saw someone being dragged out by 2 officers who was actively struggling. And through my window I could hear him screaming. One of the officers grabbed his taser and shocked him. It was Zeke. I got the okay from the operator and stepped out. From there I approached the officer and explained I was the one who called and reported this. We spoke, but I won't bore you with all the legal stuff. In my peripheral vision, I saw an officer escorting someone out. My eyes widened with joy as I saw Charlotte. I called her name, and she looked over to me, coming over and running to hug me. She had several marks on her body and her face. I can say this. You can tell just how much someone is emotionally or in generally scarred due to their reaction. She hugged me so tight and began to cry. I literally felt like suffocating. That's how tight it was. She admitted to me and the officers that she was hardly fed, beaten, and didn't elaborate much more. I'm surprised out of all of the things that they did to her, they didn't do something far worse. Who knows? They might have. She might be too scared to tell me about it. In addition, she said that she was carried into the Honda Accord. However, for some reason, this was on the same day that I returned to school, and I asked her about how come she was able to message me, and she said that she never did. That confirms that once she stopped showing up to school, it was Zeke the whole time. But besides that, Zeke being found here while screaming and resisting arrest was already enough evidence. She pressed charges, and I watched in sheer excitement as he was carried away in a squad car. I gave him the finger as he went off. This whole situation didn't get any media coverage, which I'm actually thankful for. I gave Charlotte a ride to her grandparents after everything with the cops was settled. To give some answers, she was being held in captivity by Zeke and his friends at this abandoned warehouse. After me and Eddie searched for it and found where they were, they moved locations. Later, after some court stuff which I wasn't involved with, she told me that Zeke admitted that he was planning on selling her to someone to pay off some money that he owed. He was sentenced to 25 to life for multiple charges, a lot of which was stuff I didn't know. Besides, on the obvious taking of a person, theft, and other things. He was also charged with homicide, arson, possession, use of drugs, amongst other things. Besides all that, all I can say is that I'm glad Charlotte is okay. As much as I wish I could have gotten Zeke myself or something like that, I'm glad he's in jail. Charlotte moved in with her grandparents and transferred to another school, and I transferred as well, moving out to where I am now. Charlotte and I have been talking ever since, and there's no point in telling how she is. It's not really related to any of this, but overall, we're both doing better now. Almost all the time, all you hear in these stupid false media stories are about the murder capitals of the country being the Bronx, South Chicago, and Los Angeles. And while yes, those places are bad, Central East St. Louis and St. Louis in general has the worst murder and crime rate of any city in the US. Period. All I can say is this: I feel extremely fortunate to have made it out of there, and don't think I could name a worse place to live in. When I was 13 years old, my parents got the internet for the first time. Being homeschooled, I particularly liked the option of talking to more kids my age. I actually have some friends that I met then and still keep in contact with. I had one friend in particular who I met at a community website. He was a year younger than myself and lived about 4 hours away. After speaking online for months, webcamming and stuff, my parents allowed him to call me on our landline. We were very close, and he called me almost every night. He was very odd, and I began to suspect that perhaps he had Asperger's syndrome. This was later proven to be correct, along with a few other minor disorders. It took a lot to decipher what he meant when he spoke, but because we spoke so frequently, I got used to this. We sent each other artwork and even friendship bracelets, but we never met in person. As time went on, we began to lose contact. I had moved out of my parents' house and didn't have a computer. He didn't have a cell phone or landline, so I couldn't call/text. He lived off of state aid in an efficiency apartment. He would only email once in a while, but that was few and far between. At some point, his older sister added me on Facebook. He had an account, but was never really active. She added me because I was the only non-family member he had, and she also had difficulty keeping in contact with him. I had no other information to give her, but I began a good friendship and still text her regularly. She told me a lot that surprised and saddened me, namely that he suffered a lot of abuse from their stepfather. She found out years later. This added to the mental instability he had, obviously. Then out of the blue, I was sitting in the office at work, and while doing my duties was also on Facebook. He signed in, and we instant messaged for a few hours. We hadn't spoken in the last 2 years, so we caught up. I told him where I was working and living, my girlfriend, and that we had gotten our own place. He had lost his state aid and was living with his grandmother. I gave him my cell number, but he said he didn't have a cell phone. About 2 months later, I was on a break outside of work having a cigarette. I saw a tall, lanky man walking around across the street. My first thought was that he was homeless, which is odd because we have a very low homeless rate in my city, and many shelters at their disposition. He stuck out to me though. His clothes were dark and tattered, his hair long and dark. Something in my gut told me it was my friend. I hadn't seen a picture of him since he was about 15, which at this point was nearly 8 years ago. Eventually this man wandered into my store about a half hour later. He avoided eye contact and wandered around. He carried a jug of water, a backpack, and he didn't approach me and just smiled when I offered assistance. However, when he heard me answer the phone, which I assume was him confirming that it was me, "Thank you for calling so-and-so, this is Rachel, how may I help?" He continued to make direct eye contact, until finally, I confronted him and we spoke. I was able to gauge that he had decided to travel and stopped here in between. He didn't tell me his final destination, but I knew he didn't know anyone else in my city, and relied on my good breeding and hospitality to put him up for the night. I called and confirmed this would be fine with my girlfriend, who said she'd trust my opinion. We showed him around the city and even bought him food. He wanted an apple pie, which he ate with a fork on the couch. All of it, right out of the container. And even later showed him to a casino. He wanted to leave because there were too many cameras. We both acknowledged this was odd, but assumed it was part of one of his disorders, or a quirk, and complied. We set him up on the couch, and hung out a bit before bed. I even washed his clothes while he borrowed pajamas and let him shower. This was more of an insistence because it was a hot day, and I guess he walked all over until he found my job while not wearing any deodorant. My girlfriend casually asked what he had in his backpack. She worried for his safety as he alluded to be hitchhiking and traveling by foot and hoped he had the right supplies. He showed us what was in his backpack. Art supplies, some rope, fingernail clippers, a bag of his own hair, you heard that right, and a gallon of olive oil that he planned on drinking. Later in bed, my girlfriend had told me she'd been getting up earlier than we had originally planned, to take him to the library as he requested. She said she wanted him out of the house, ASAP. I was surprised, because we both had admitted he was weird as hell, and I was still in shock after suddenly meeting someone out the blue that I had known online for so many years. She then informed me that while I was switching the wash around, he told her the FBI had confiscated his computer due to some things they found. He said he was working through a dark time and thought he had fixed it. But when he got his computer back, when he initially contacted me, he fell back into his old ways, and my girlfriend immediately knew what he was saying. So we woke up early and told him the change in schedule because we were called into work. He didn't sleep on the couch, but instead between the coffee table and couch, wrapped like a burrito face down. I later found out from his sister that night, when I called her to tell her about these events, that he had his computer confiscated for having some very unsavory pictures of children, and had skipped town when there was a warrant out for his arrest. I called my local police department, and they took a statement. No one knew where he was until last month when he called me. I answered the unknown number, and we spoke for half an hour. I quickly found out where he was going, and spent the time trying to gather more information, while cussing him out for using me and lying to me. He said he tried to look at it to see if he'd end up like his father, and it didn't excite him in the way that they think, and that he was embarrassed and scared. I told him he needed to turn himself in and to not call again. They don't just confiscate your computer if you just looked once. This was continual use and downloading. I called the police again, and a few weeks later, his sister told me that he had turned himself in. He is currently waiting for trial. These events transpired between last September and December. In September, I moved into student halls, which is university accommodation, which is 8 people with a room each in a shared living space with a kitchen. Everyone was great, and we had a great freshers week, and we didn't even notice that we had a nightmare living amongst us. Adam. He was the oldest of our flat. He was 23, and we were all between the ages of 18 and 19. There were 3 of us girls and 5 guys. Adam is a great-looking guy. He wore expensive, trendy designer clothes, was always very well groomed, and he was the life and soul of our flat parties, and was always the first one to the bar whenever we hit the clubs and stuff. So, 2 people who we shared accommodation with were very flirty with each other. Adam and one of my flatmates called Jennifer. They always had flirty banter, and always chose each other whenever we played Truth or Dare or one of those types of student drinking games. They were obviously into each other, but Jennifer said that one night she got this weird vibe from Adam when he was drunk, which another one of my flatmates, Callum, also picked up on. So one night in early October, we got together as we normally do on a Friday, and do a few drinking games and then hit the student nightclubs as most students do on a Friday. Adam does the normal thing, gets everyone their drink, and then as the night goes on, a few of us notice that Adam is buying shots for just himself and Jennifer, which isn't normally what he does, but whatever. It gets to 2 a.m, and although we all have to split up a few times, as we do when we go to smoke outside and stuff, we notice that Adam and Jennifer aren't anywhere to be found, and we can't get in touch with either of them. But another one of my flatmates tells me to chill, and they've probably hit it off with each other because they've been flirting for a few weeks now. So the next morning I'm doing some laundry, and Jennifer comes out of Adam's room, looking like she's had the worst hangover ever. She claims that she remembers nothing of last night, and is slightly concerned that she woke up in Adam's room. Jennifer has everything until she tries to get into her room, and finds that she's lost her key card to her room. They search Adam's room high and low but can't find it anywhere. We put it down to her losing it, and she is forced to buy a replacement one. This is where things get creepy. So Jennifer has one hell of a busy university schedule, and is out mostly all week. Over the week, she finds that many of her items of clothing have gone missing, mainly underwear, and gym clothing sports like bras and stuff. She's messy and her room is very much a tip, so she kind of just put it down to being that. She is also a very heavy sleeper, but one night she wakes up and notices that her door is slightly ajar, which is weird, as it takes a key in order to get into someone's room when the door is locked. She does have sleep paralysis, and kind of puts it down to night terrors, which she does have occasionally. There's one night where she wakes up to a figure at the end of her bed. She also puts this down to sleep paralysis, and thinks nothing more of it. Jennifer continues to get strange vibes from Adam when we're drinking, and makes creepy passing comments about Jennifer's physical appearance. But Jennifer is creeped out, and when she reveals that she's going on a coffee date with a guy from her course, Adam doesn't say anything about this. But when she is on her date, Adam is coincidentally in the same coffee shop as her and her date, and she gets the feeling that he was watching her for the entirety of the date, which made her feel uncomfortable. But Jennifer asked why Adam was in the coffee shop, and he just replied, "Because I felt like it." At the time, I didn't see why Jennifer saw this as a big issue, but later on in the story, I see why she was concerned by it. Her night terrors persisted, but personal belongings were going missing, and one of these included a locket containing a picture of her and her deceased grandmother, which very much upset Jennifer, and she was now very suspicious. So basically, she was suspecting that someone had access to her room, and she does suspect that it's someone in our flat. And yes, the only one that she suspects is Adam. So Jennifer wants to put a camera in our hallway to see if anyone is accessing her room, specifically at night, and comes up with a ridiculous but pretty genius idea. One of our flatmates is a cyclist, and he has one of those helmets with a GoPro on it. So one night he leaves his bicycle and helmet in the long hallway of our flat, with the GoPro facing down the hall on record. Jennifer and Adam are in opposite rooms on the far end of the hall, so the GoPro is in a great position at the end. For the first 2 nights of doing this, there's nothing. This is because the battery ran out. But on the 3rd night, her suspicions were confirmed. Adam has her key, which Hall's office told her got deactivated when she went to get her new one. But that clearly wasn't the case, as he had been getting into her room and watching her while she slept. Now we're in December and getting close to the Christmas break, and Jennifer makes a report about Adam. But Adam has very rarely been seen lately, and after about a week of security knocking on his door, they finally open up his room and find it has been emptied, as if someone left in a rush. But some things are found that are disturbing. Jennifer's missing clothing items are found at the bottom of an empty wardrobe. Candid pictures of Jennifer, myself, and the other girl in our flat, Rachel. Empty whiskey bottles are littered around the room, as well as small drug-like bags found in his drawers, some still containing drugs. A flash drive was also found, and we were never informed what was on it. But we were told that Adam would be getting kicked out for this, and that the police would be contacting him. But since then we have never seen or heard from Adam again. But it's been a harrowing experience for our flat, mainly Jennifer, who is now very careful with who she trusts. So Adam, I hope you sort out whatever problems you're going through, but let's never meet again. This happened to me over a year ago, at the end of March 2017, and I still can't be alone in my own home. 3 years earlier, I had moved into a house that my grandparents left me before they passed away. I'd spent some time renovating, and was happy enough with it to move in. My grandparents had rented out the top floor to students, and had made it into a SMA apartment. When I moved in, I decided to let my cousin, who had some small personal problems, to move upstairs, while my fiancé and I used the 2 remaining floors for ourselves. We lived in a small town, and like in any small town, everyone basically knows everyone. And like most men in our town, my fiancé is a fisherman, and goes away for long periods of time during the winter, sometimes from January to May. In our town, there are 2 brothers that are, well, I guess you can call them weird. Some may say original. Though we all know they had struggles in the past, that's probably the reason to their behavior. But my path never crossed theirs, and I never spoke to them, mostly due to an age difference. On this particular night, I was home alone. My fiancé was up north fishing, and my cousin was visiting family. I had come home late from work and was just chilling with a glass of wine in front of the TV. I can't remember what's going on. I usually just needed to empty my head after work, so I was just sitting there in the dark with nothing but the lights from the TV, lost in my own thoughts after the long evening shift. That's when I thought I heard some sounds outside. Usually when I hear sounds like that, I brush it off. I live in an old house. Old houses do make sounds randomly, and it was absolutely pouring with rain outside. Only once had it gotten that it was actually someone out there, and at the time, it had been an Eastern European group of guys scouting our house, since some groups, like that, travel around to small places to do burglary and petty crimes. I had this in mind, but I had not been home at the point. Only my fiancé and cousin were, and they ran after them, and the men jumped into their car and were never seen again. I told myself the sound I had just heard was either the house or the rain, until I hear another sound again, more clearly this time, and this time it came from the deck, on the side of the house where I was sitting. I froze as I heard steps moving closer to the window where I sat. The first window this person would come to, moving from that side of the house, would be to my bedroom. He or she wouldn't see anything inside there. The curtains were drawn and the lights were off. The steps kept moving towards the door we had on that side of the house, and I knew once they got there, they would be able to stare directly at me through the door window. I quickly turned off the TV so the room got dark. By doing this, I would for sure be telling them that I was home, unless they came from the forest behind the house, which means they had to climb and crawl a lot, and they would have seen that the TV was on from the front. To give you an idea of how my floor plan is, my house is built so that from the front you see the kitchen through 2 windows and the living room through 1. Moving around the house to the back, you have the window to the bathroom, bedroom, and the door to the living room. And on one side you have a couple of big windows into the living room, and on the opposite side the entrance to the hall. And all around the ground floor we have a deck. So I sat still, my heart beating fast. I could barely breathe while I heard the steps, now slower, coming closer to the door. The wood on the deck making sounds as the weight of the person pushed down on it. That's when I see a big shadow of a man outside the window, stopping and looking in. I stayed still in the chair. I was sitting, hoping it was dark enough that he couldn't see me. As he started moving again, I gasped for air. I could hear him walking into my outdoor furniture and stopping. He probably didn't see them in the dark. For a split second I debated with myself if I should go and turn on the deck lights, but I didn't want to let him know that I had seen him, scared of what this person could do. I lived in a small town, in one of the most baby-proofed countries in the world. These things were not supposed to happen here. Well, at least, I had felt safe up until then. It could have been someone pranking me thinking they were hilarious, but I was not willing to take that chance. I grabbed my phone and ran as quickly as I could out the kitchen and hid under the open counter area. I knew he wouldn't be able to spot me there from any window if I sat still. I quickly started dialing my dad's number, figuring it was either him or my brother who could come and help me fast enough. We share police with a neighboring town, and they are usually stationed there, which means it would take them at least 35 minutes to get to me. Though it was late, my dad was quick to pick up, figuring I wouldn't call him that late if it wasn't important. I whispered quickly into the phone so fast and with such a low voice that my dad couldn't hear me, and I had to repeat myself. "There's someone outside the house. He just looked through the window." As I said it a second time, I couldn't hold back my tears, and I began sobbing. My dad told me to stay put, and he would be on his way. He hung up, and I can remember how I had wished he wouldn't have done that. I would have felt safer had he stayed on the line, but I would soon find out why he did this. I tried to call my fiancé, and it went straight to voicemail. And again, straight to voicemail. I stared at my phone, hoping someone would call, trying to keep out the sounds of the footsteps that I could hear coming closer to the kitchen. Then absolute silence. I held my breath, listening. But I could only hear my own heartbeats. Had he jumped off the deck to the side where it was the closest to the ground? I waited before I crawled out and carefully peeked out one of the kitchen windows. I spotted him walking slowly away from the house down my driveway. Then he stopped and turned around, looking towards the window where I was sitting. Was he smiling? I couldn't tell. It was so dark, and the street lights were not bright enough to illuminate him clearly. But I could have sworn he was smiling at me. At the same time, my driveway got lit up with lights from a car, and I could see who he was, before he ran into the neighbor's driveway and vanished behind some bushes. I jumped up when I realized whose car it was. It was my dad's business partner, John. I ran out towards him. My dad had called him and asked him to go to my house because he lived a lot closer. I had never been happier to see him. I quickly told him who I had seen, and he assured me that my dad was only minutes away before he jumped into his car to pursue the man. The man I had seen had been one of the brothers that we all found weird, the one known to be a schizophrenic drug addict. But why had he been outside my house? He wasn't known to burgle people's homes. My dad came and called the police, who took a statement. John came back and said that he had been unable to spot him, and that he had probably hid in the forest on the other side of my neighbor's house. The police couldn't arrest the guy since he hadn't done anything. Scaring the living hell out of someone was not a big enough crime, but they knew who he was and promised to talk to him and tell him to stop scaring people. As for me, they told me to call them if he ever did it again. I didn't stick around to see if he returned that night. I packed up some things and stayed over at my parents' house until my cousin came home 2 days later. I worked at a local government agency for a long time. Each summer, we would get a crop of new interns. Most were fine, some caused issues, like when we caught 2 of them making out in the fire room. But overall, they were just normal kids from high school or college trying to get some work experience. In 2016, my department received an intern later than usual, right in the middle of summer. Warner was a bit older than the usual crowd, around my age, maybe late 20s. We initially hit it off pretty well, and although I found him sort of strange, I didn't mind since he was friendly and we had some common interests. He was the only person in my department who was even close to my age. The interns were all teenagers, and the regular staff averaged around 60, older than my mum. I was psyched to have a peer to chat to, so occasionally I would eat lunch with Warner or stop to talk at his cubicle. His strangeness was mostly an outsized personality, a mix of over-the-top enthusiasm with a bit of social awkwardness, and I got zero bad vibes from the guy. It wasn't before long that Warner started having major performance problems at work. He would produce little to no work on most days, no show or arrive late without informing anyone, and generally acted unprofessionally. One day, he showed up for work at 3:15 p.m. when our workday ended at 4:30. The office manager was livid and told him to go home. His behavior bothered nearly everyone in my office, but I did not supervise him, and we had plenty of slack interns in the past. While his antics were a bit of a spectacle, it wasn't a big deal to me. If you're wondering why he wasn't let go, 2 words: political favor. I found out from Warner himself that he was hired because his uncle donated to the campaign of our big boss. He wasn't going anywhere. Near the end of that summer, I put in my notice that I was leaving my job and relocated to a new state. Once Warner caught wind of this, he would constantly complain that it sucked I was leaving because we had barely any time to become friends. I would always laugh lightly in response and give a sympathetic, "yeah." He would start to monopolize my time at work more and more, and it became disruptive to the people who sat near me. I found it slightly annoying, but I was also extremely happy to be leaving that job for reasons unrelated to Warner, and I spent my last month there not caring much about what my co-workers thought. I tolerated him lingering by my desk, One day, he caught me leaving work and offered me a ride home. I usually took the bus, and occasionally other co-workers would offer me rides home if they were going my way, so this didn't seem odd to me. I accepted and walked to his car with him. It smelled awful and was full of garbage. He hastily cleared off the passenger seat and apologized. We got on our way, but once we were on the main road, he started begging me to stop and get dinner with him. I laughed and said he didn't need to ask me that insistently, and said that we could stop at a diner on the way. We had a nice meal with pleasant conversation. He was intelligent and had a variety of interests. Our political positions aligned, and we shared disdain for our cranky old co-workers. I had a good time. I expressed he didn't need to drive me all the way home, now that it was late, but he kept insisting, so I relented. As I directed him towards my house, he started in again with the whining about how our developing friendship was cut short because of my move. At this point, I was tired of hearing this. The decision to leave my job and move away from home was extremely difficult to make, and I was proud of how bold I was being. I stopped responding, and his whining faded out. We came up to the turn to get onto my street, and when I pointed it out, he accelerated and drove right past it, laughing. I laughed in a, "Oh my god, what are you doing?" thinking he was joking around. When I began giving instructions about how to turn around and get back, he began begging me to keep hanging out with him because he was lonely. This immediately set me on high alert. It suddenly hit me that I'm in a man's car, someone I don't know that well who doesn't exercise proper behavior at work, which is in the only context I know him, and now he's displaying weird behavior outside of work as well. My instinct was not to insist I be let out of his car. I felt as if this would escalate, and it could become something bad, and in hindsight, it may have been the right thing to do when I think about the type of person he turned out to be. I told him we could hang out at the park near my house if he wanted to talk, and he seemed to like the idea, and we parked and walked over. The pleasant conversations resumed, and beside the weird clinginess, he was perfectly fine to talk to, until he dumped his entire life story on me, including his prior arrests for theft, his heroin addiction, and related struggles with depression. I tried to be sympathetic, but I was very put off by this. It was a lot of highly personal information all at once, and I was still on high alert because of his prior behavior. I tried changing the subject by showing him pics of my dog. I scrolled one pic too far, and the next one was a photo of me wearing makeup and posting cutely, which is way different than the slob I was at work. He grabbed the phone and went, "Wow, you're very photogenic." I felt awkward and didn't say anything. There was a long silence. Then he launched forward into a weird tangent about how compatible we are and that we have similar interests, etc., etc., and that he wishes I wasn't moving so that I could try hanging out again, but on a date. I didn't say anything, and he broke the silence with, "Sorry I'm saying all this stuff. I'm actually really high right now." That's why I know where Riverside, bad neighborhood that had previously come up in conversation, is. I went there to buy. Otherwise I wouldn't have said it at all. I'm sorry. Internally, I freaked out. He had definitely put his addiction in the past tense, and I assumed it was something he was recovering from, not currently using. I also realized I had been in a car he was operating while under the influence. I don't know anything about heroin, so I was clueless, and I felt very, very stupid. He immediately started whining and begging me not to judge or hate him, and kept saying over and over again how nice I am and how understanding I am, that I'm pretty and smart, All these weird compliments interspersed with talking down about himself. I don't know what to do. So I smiled reassuringly and told him not to worry, but that I was tired and wanted to go home. That's when he began crying. He had this weird, wheezy sob with no tears. I sat there silently while he did this, trying to come up with some sort of graceful escape plan. My patience was wearing thin, and my anxiety was through the roof. It's a weird feeling to be annoyed and panicky at the same time. I stood up and apologized, said the park was close to my house so that I'd walk, and began to leave, when I remembered I'd left my things in his car. Trying a new approach, I casually mentioned that I forgot my stuff in his car, and joked that if he wanted my dirty lunch containers, he could keep them. He ceased his bizarre crying, stood up, ran over to his car to unlock it, and I grabbed my stuff out of his backseat. His demeanor changed drastically, as he calmly apologized for making things weird, and asked if he could drop me off at home so that I didn't have to walk alone at night. I said yes, but made him drop me off a block over my little side street so that he wouldn't know which house was mine. I could end it there, but what bothered me the most about this guy happened after this encounter. A week or two after that weird evening, the end of August by this point, I had my last day on the job and moved 1,000 miles across the country. Warner would sometimes text me long ramblings, detailing his feelings about himself and about our missed opportunity. I didn't respond to these messages. Now that I wasn't near him, I didn't feel the need to placate. The texts stopped after a few weeks, and I forgot about him. Fast forward to February, and I get a text from a former coworker. Her message said, "Sorry you had to hear about it this way," and her next message was a link to a local news article titled, "Man Dies from Wounds in Riverside Stabbing Wednesday." Because of the way she worded it, I thought Warner was the victim. But when I read the article, it included his mugshot and the charges. He was the attacker. He murdered someone. I felt so shocked and disgusted. I couldn't believe I knew someone who killed another human. Later on, I called an old work friend for some details. Apparently, shortly after I left the job, he was fired for trashing the men's bathroom. Just threw around anything he could lift and poured all the soap out and smeared it all over the place. He then lost his apartment. Presumably, some of the articles about the stabbing describe Warner as a homeless man. I have to assume that's how he ended up in the aforementioned Riverside. There are lots of homeless drug addicts who squat in abandoned houses. I wondered if the man he stabbed had refused to give him something that he wanted, and that's how he reacted to a hard no. I don't think I made all the wisest decisions during my interactions with Warner, but I'm glad I was able to avoid setting him off, since he was clearly not stable. Hands down, the worst intern I've ever encountered. In early 2017, I had just moved to a large city in the southwest US that enjoys a fair amount of violent and property crime. I'm a skinny white male in my mid to late 20s, not exactly a hardened warrior, but I was just trying my best to adjust to this harsh environment. My girlfriend at the time's parents had just bought a house in a quiet neighborhood for her and I to live in. Most of the houses in the area had bars on the windows and doors to prevent burglary. The previous owners had removed the bars from our house prior to selling it, probably because They thought the bars would lower the home's value due to a perception of danger. This meant we were the only houses in the neighborhood with exposed windows and doors. To add to that, the house was on a corner next to a road that led straight to a main road, so in the event of a burglary, the getaway would be rather simple. My ex and I were in the habit of going to a fast food joint every day for lunch before she went to work. We left the house one day and got in the car on our way to get lunch, and I happened to glance over and notice a man standing on the corner across the street. He's moving erratically, as if waiting eagerly, and seems to be staring directly at us. He's Hispanic, mid-20s probably, with a fresh fade haircut, long shorts, and a shirt that's way oversized. The sort of clothes that make you think, maybe this guy is accustomed to doing crimes. I say to my ex, let's not go anywhere. Let's go back in. Once back inside, I explained to her my thought process, that this dude on the corner looks like he's staking the place out for a robbery, waiting for us to leave. My mind starts racing, and I go into emergency freakout mode. I go downstairs into the basement, where a narrow window overlooks the street. I can see the corner where he's standing, and he's no longer there. I see he has crossed the street, and is now leaning against a fence diagonal from our house, looking straight at the house. He looks agitated, like he's a little pissed off we haven't left. It looks like he thinks we've just gone in for a second and will be leaving again soon, so he's waiting. I think he must be very stupid to think he's inconspicuous, standing right there looking all antsy. I call the non-emergency police number, and it takes several minutes for them to answer. When they finally pick up, I explain my concern, and to my surprise they take it pretty seriously. She asks for a description and if he appears to be on drugs. I note that he appears to be on some kind of stimulant, based on his agitated and antsy gestures. The operator tells me they'll send an officer to check him out, and that is the end of the call. I look out the window, and he's gone. Since I feel my house is being actively scoped out for an invasion, and I have several collectible things and adore my cat, I want to do everything I can to prevent that. I go outside, since I'm new to the neighborhood, and suddenly scared, it seems like it's a great time to introduce myself to the neighbors. I see a guy pull up in a truck across the street on the corner where I initially saw the creep, so I walk over towards him. As I'm approaching his truck, I see the creep coming down the street towards me. It appears he had taken a stroll around the block and was looping back. I approached the man exiting his truck and introduced myself. He wasn't the neighbor but some local delivery guy. Crap. I start walking back to my house, and somehow the creep isn't walking very fast behind me. I'm not exactly sure what to do, but I want to show a strong presence of guardianship. I turn on the water hose in the front yard and start watering the bushes. The creep is slowly slinking by on the sidewalk looking at me. I look at him and ask, "How's it going, man?" He stops on the sidewalk directly in front of the house, looks at me and says, "Good." I say, "Just so you know, I'm gonna be here all day." I was working from home at the time, so this was true. "Oh yeah?" he says, and steps into the yard a bit. His body language isn't exactly aggressive. It's just like we're having a normal conversation, which is disturbing to me. The fact that he's so calm and engaging me is unsettling, like he isn't intimidated that I'm calling him out. Since he stepped onto the yard a bit, I sort of point around his feet and say, "That's private property." At that point he appears to take the hint and continues walking down the street. After he's out of sight, I knock on some doors on my block, introduce myself, and explain the situation. I think my instincts definitely kicked in, and any shyness or fear of awkward intrusions was totally demolished by my drive to survive. I met an old lady across the street, weak but potentially helpful as a lookout. I continued down the street and spotted a middle-aged Hispanic man talking with a middle-aged white male guy with a long grey beard. I approached them, introduced myself, and asked them if they noticed a creepy guy walking around. Turns out they did. That is what they were discussing. The Hispanic male, Dan, told me that he knew where the guy lived, and asked if I wanted to get into his truck and drive by his apartment. I agreed, and jumped into his truck, nearly sitting on top of a pistol that was laying on the passenger seat. Yup, he was armed, which was actually a bit of a relief, as I'm not a gun person at all. We drove a few blocks down to the end of the street, and he pointed out what he suspected was the creep's apartment. Sure enough, the creep was leaning against a wall wearing totally different clothes. Being a criminal mastermind, he'd decided to run home and change outfits to not arouse suspicion. He didn't seem to notice us drive by. Dan said that he'd brought his gun in case he felt like scaring the creep. He was a pretty ballsy guy. Apparently he'd seen that guy walking up and down our street earlier in the day. One of the neighbors reported to Dan that the creep was peering into his nephew's truck, which was parked on the street, and Dan had to scare him away, but continued walking up and down the street as if plotting something. We drove back towards our homes, and he dropped me off. We exchanged phone numbers and agreed to keep an eye out. During my discussion with the neighbors, I had also met a proactive young man who lived on the street, who also claimed to have seen the creep. We also exchanged numbers. I was beginning to form a sort of neighborhood local watch, and it felt pretty cool, but I was still scared. I'd had some fantasies crossing my mind, like what if this guy was part of a larger gang, and he's just a scout. I felt like me and my girlfriend were in danger, and all the while my ex is in the house getting ready for work. I'm afraid that when she leaves, I'll be home alone, it'll be dark, and this terrifying person will come into the house armed. I continue to pace around, checking the windows every few minutes for any sight of him. I look out the window, and he's standing in the street directly in front of the house, looking directly towards us. Oh gosh, he's threatening me. He thought about what I said earlier, about this being private property, and he's blatantly testing me. So I call the cops again, explain the situation, and that he's standing right in front of my house in a very aggressive gesture, as a sort of psychological attack. Again, the operator is really understanding, and says that he'll send someone to talk to him. He disappears. I continue pacing the house, looking out the windows, and I see him walk back and forth down the street, seemingly doing more laps of the block. Finally, 2 police show up. I can see through the window that they stopped him a bit down the street and are talking to him. I can also see Dan has stopped his truck nearby and is speaking with him as well. But there was no way I was going out there to speak to them while he was there. I watch. At some point, the creep retreats back to his apartment. They let him go. I guess they didn't have anything on him, as he hadn't broken any laws, so he was free to roam. I walk out to speak with the cops and tell them I'm the one that called and that I don't feel safe. They explained that the guy appeared to be high, said that he had smoked some synthetic weed and that he appeared to be hearing voices. This was kind of a relief, because I thought he was some sort of cunning professional criminal, not a dumbass, but nonetheless, I still didn't feel safe. The cops explained they can't do anything unless he's actively trespassing or doing some crime. I'm glad they at least spoke to him, and figured that that would dissuade him from continuing to creep around the block, which it did. I spoke to Dan after the cops left, and he mentioned how the creep was saying, "I want that truck," to the cops. I couldn't believe I didn't realize it before. This whole time I thought he wanted something in my house, but he was really interested in Dan's nephew's red truck parked on the street, which was standing in front of my house. I think he was trying to maintain distance from Dan's house because he has a gun. Even still, my adrenaline glands had been through the ringer that day, and I was pretty much in a state of high tension for the rest of the night. A friend came over to hang out completely out of sympathy so that I wasn't alone and terrified. It might not sound that scary to you, but the feeling that this individual was targeting me, and then the feeling that he was threatening me personally after I engaged him, was highly disturbing. Either way, my vigilance and paranoid nature ended up helping out my neighborhood and strengthening the bonds between the people who lived around me. I got out of the city, and am back in the calm, liberal city where most of the criminals are the people who don't pick up their dog poop at the park and fart in yoga classes. When I was 15 or so, my mother reconnected with an old crush of hers from her junior high school days, Wayne. Soon after, they started dating. At the time, I thought it was pretty cool because I actually went to school with his son and was the same grade as I was. His name was Brandon, and he had 2 other kids as well, both younger, James and Ali. I didn't actually see Wayne very much at the beginning, as he and my mum would often go to hang out at his place. One night, I got a phone call from him sometime close to Christmas, asking what I would like for a gift, which I thought was especially strange, seeing that I barely even knew the guy, but I just assumed he was trying to get on my mum's good side, so whatever, moving on. He started coming around more, and I remember just something about him sent alarm bells off in my head like you wouldn't believe. He gave me the freaking heebie-jeebies, and Wayne moved in soon into their relationship. I chalked it up to my uneasy feelings about him and my mum moving way too fast into their relationship. Fast forward some time. My mum was working at a liquor store, and I was home alone with Wayne. I can't remember what this was over, but we got into some heated argument. I was young and full of teenage angst, so who knows? Next thing I know, he headbutts me, and I was so shocked. I didn't know how to deal with this. I told my mum, but nothing happened. Eventually, he managed to convince my mum to quit her job because he could financially support us, and she had back and knee issues, so she agreed. That's when things started to get really weird. I suddenly got a peeping Tom who would peer into my windows late at night in the summer. I would notice because I saw someone, or my neighbors would see someone, and at one point someone saw him taking pictures of the inside of my bedroom. And I'm not sure if I was home or not. The police were called, but of course they couldn't do anything if they couldn't actually catch the guy. I was terrified. To this day, I am so uneasy sleeping if my windows are low. Wayne took action and convinced us he would take care of the family. Such a hero. He convinced my mum to get a security system, which cost a fortune that had to be paid monthly. He convinced my mum to get a dog, Coda, she was the bomb, to keep us safe. Turns out, Wayne had hired people to look into my window. In the winter, I could see footprints all the time that led to my window. I didn't learn about that until much later, and I'm not sure how we even found it out. That's when he started to get physically abusive with my mum, me, and worst of all, poor little Coda. I used to just hold her and cry because I felt so bad for her. We felt totally trapped financially and felt scared of whoever this dude was that kept peering into my windows at night. We weren't scared. We were absolutely terrified. One night, Wayne didn't come home. My mum called him over and over again, and he wouldn't answer his phone. When he did arrive home in the wee hours of the morning, his clothes were ripped. He was dirty as hell and covered in blood. Wayne claimed he got mugged, and not long after this incident, homicide detectives show up at my house, and he pushes me away and tells me he will speak to them in private. Upon his return, he comes up with some story about how it had to do with a neighbor of ours that had gone missing. They were just doing door-to-door checks looking for any information, and that they won't be returning, and that there's no need to worry. A couple of weeks after this, a truck was found abandoned, and they found a body. There was a murder. The accused was a neighbor of mine. Honestly, it has never been proven, but there is no doubt in my mind that Wayne had something to do with it. And here's where we learn Wayne has a crack addiction. He was a huge dude. You'd never guess by looking at him that he had an addiction to drugs, hence why it took so long to figure out. It all came to a head one night. He and my mother started arguing. I heard banging coming from the bedroom, and I went running to save my mum. I found my mother huddled in a corner in their tiny-ass bathroom, and him on top of her beating her. I screamed and grabbed him, begging him to stop, and then he turned on me, grabbing me by the neck, pushing me up against the wall by my neck, and punched the wall directly beside my face. He let me go, and I went running. He had purchased an old-timey battle axe that happened to be sharpened, and it hung on our wall. He grabbed it and started chasing us with this axe. I thought we were going to die. Now, just a note, my mother tried calling the police when they first started arguing, but they didn't come. As he was chasing us with the axe, I had 911 on the phone with me. I was screaming, blubbering, and begging for them to come. In this whole mess, I don't know how he stopped or why, but he left. Once the cops got there, he was gone. He did get caught and charged, and we of course got summoned to testify in court. My poor mum was too scared to testify, so she refused. We still had to go to court though, and we saw him in the courthouse, and he gave my mum and I the most sinister grin I've ever seen. He was pleased with himself. He felt no remorse. So honestly, Wayne, I hope I am never so unfortunate that I'll ever have to see you again. I am African American, early 20s of about 5'5", athletic build, but think more like a volleyball player than a shot put Olympian, and I'm often told I'm pretty. Some say it in a creepier way than others. Anyway, when I started my job at a craft store, I was 18 going on 19. I'm often told that I look younger than my years, so at the time, people would guess I was around 15 to 16, especially when I wasn't wearing makeup. One day, about 2 weeks after starting, I was able to leave my shift. Before we could leave, we had to put away all the things people decided they didn't want to buy once they got to the register. As I was about to walk away, I put things away, and a man walks up to me asking where the C-clamps are. Now this is a craft store, not a hardware store. but because I was new and unfamiliar with the term, I thought that we might stock it. I was standing by my manager, so she responds for me. We don't have those. You'll probably want to look somewhere like Lowe's or Menards. As she spoke, I glanced at him, and he was still looking at me. Just staring. He was tuning her out completely. He then asked me, "What about Birchwood?" Again, with it only being my second week, I was unsure. My manager jumped in though. "That's something that you're going to have to find at a hardware store." He shot her a quick, "I wasn't talking to you." Then looked back at me. "Okay, what about a ruler?" "Oh, we do have those." I pointed him in the direction of the ruler, but he couldn't seem to follow my directions, so I offered to walk him directly to the aisle. His voice was soft and raspy. A Caucasian man somewhere in his late 20s to early 30s, about 5'9", with light stubble, beautiful teeth, and decent looking. He asked if I was new there. "Is it that obvious?" I said. He smiled and said yes. I'd told him I'd started there only a week prior, and after looking through the aisle, he asked if we had X-Acto knives. I happened to stock some of those this morning, so I knew where they were. As we looked, I reached for one to show him. He reached over and grabbed my wrist. It wasn't rough, but it did startle me. He turned it over, seeing writing. "Is this a tattoo?" he asked, as he held my wrist. "No, I just have bad memory, so I write things on my hands." We thumbed through the other things. He then said, "You're a dog person, aren't you?" I said I was, but I told him I don't dislike cats. I just prefer dogs. He then told me a story. When I was a kid, we had a Saint Bernard. She was huge, and I was always kind of scared of her, but she was gentle. To prove how gentle she was, my dad used to force me and my siblings to put our arms in her mouth. As he told the story, he was staring into the distance, his eyes completely empty. "So, did she bite you one day?" "No." "So is that the end of the story?" He snapped out of his stare and said that was the whole story. He said that he'd never told that to anyone before. I like to, as they say, bust people's chops for humor. So I said, "Yeah, maybe you should think of a better ending next time you tell someone, because that story sucked." He stopped looking at the products in the aisle and looked at me confused. I knew he was about to get mad at me, but instead he laughed and said, "No one's talked to me like that before." We spoke a bit more, and then he asked, "Would you go out with me sometime?" "Of course. I have a boyfriend," slid out with a quickness. He then began to ask if I love my boyfriend, how long we had been together, and if I was willing to cheat. After he got the hint that my boyfriend and I were madly in love and never breaking up, he moved on. He then started saying his cat would like me, and asked about decor ideas for his apartment. That's when it got weird. A couple of little girls came up to me while I was speaking to him, looking for the Isle of Glitter. I told him I'd come back after I helped them. I kept my word, and when I got back, not even 1 minute later, he asked, "Did they ask about me?" I was confused. Why would they? Maybe he knew them. But he was really serious, and his demeanor changed completely. "No, they didn't." "Don't you lie to me." His eye contact was intense. "What reason do I have to lie? They didn't ask about you." He held his eye contact for a second, then kept talking as if nothing had happened. Once that occurred, I was ready to get out of there. I let him know I had to go, so if he needed help he could ask another associate. He then called me by my nickname that I hadn't told him and said, "No, don't leave. I've got more questions." I was trying to be polite. "Sir, I really don't think I'm the best person to help you. I don't really know where anything is." Then he started listing the things I did know the location of. He asked for a rolling pin. I took him up to the cooking utensils. As he was looking through the stuff, my manager radioed me and said I needed to finish my task so I could get off the clock. I told him this, and he got upset. "Who's your manager? The one from the register?" I knew I didn't like her. She was talking about me. "She didn't say anything about you, sir." "What did she say?" he yelled. I was getting scared. "Nothing. I have to finish something so that I can leave, and I'm running into overtime." He thought about it, and then calmed down once he knew it wasn't about him. Immediately, another one of my co-workers came up to replace me. She'd been there forever, and told him that she'd offer him help. I walked away briskly. I got on the radio and said how he was acting. Everyone on staff heard, so they all knew. The woman that helped him responded that she handles guys like this all the time, so she was cool. I went ahead and started putting things back. As I was putting sewing patterns away, he came up behind me, grabbed my shoulder and spun me around. I almost passed out. "What did you say to that girl? She looked at me like I was a ghost." "I didn't say anything." "Yes, you did. I know you did. Tell me what you said." "Nothing. My manager just said for you to help her." "That manager of yours again. What's wrong with her? I hate that stupid woman. You swear she didn't say anything about me." He was completely red at this point. He was yelling and whispering at the same time, like he wanted to show aggression, but he didn't want anyone to know. He was about 3 inches from my face. I walked away from him and went into the back office so that he couldn't follow me. I had the cashier watch from the front to see which car he was driving, so that he wouldn't be in the parking lot when I walked home. April 19th, 1993. That's the day of the Waco siege. For those of you who are too young or don't recall the incident, Texas state law enforcement, as well as the US military between the dates of February 28th and April 19th, fought to siege the Davidians' compound, for the group was suspected of stockpiling illegal weapons. In the initial raid, 4 ATF agents and 6 of the branch members were killed. The 51-day siege ended with an FBI assault, during which the compound burned, killing 76 people. But that wasn't the only horror going on that day. For reference, at this time, my husband Alec and I had been married 9 years, and had 2 young boys, Callum and Nathan. The day of April 19th arrived beautifully, yet a bit cool, and unfortunately both boys were getting over the flu. I'm making reference to the weather and the boys' illness for a reason you will soon learn, for both have a major impact on the outcome of this story. So both boys were laid out in the living room, resting and watching TV. I had opened the main door and then proceeded to open up the louvres on the screen door, but I noticed the air coming in felt a little too cool, and I didn't think it would be wise to leave it open with the boys still sick. So I closed and locked the door. With the boys needing all taken care of, I sat down on the living room floor to try my hand at painting a few little knickknacks that I had purchased a day or so prior. I also have to mention the way I was facing when I sat. Our living room had 2 windows, One faced the road, the other faced our drive and our family room. I happened to be seated facing the window that faced the road and my neighbor's driveway. As I'm getting set up to paint, the news broke on about what was going down in Texas, so that had a lot of my attention at the time. It was about then that I resumed my painting and heard a knock on the family room door. As I stood up, seeing I was facing the window that faced the road, that was where my eyes landed first. And what I saw didn't sit well with me, but I quickly turned to look out the other, to see who was knocking at the door. It was a woman, one I did not know. Well, she didn't hold my attention for long, for I was drawn back to the scene I had seen out in front, for there in my neighbor's driveway were two men. One was on the ground, and the other standing over the other, either shaking his fist or finger at the other man. I can't remember, but something about the scene gave me the feeling that this was a setup. I mean, for one, the man on the ground didn't appear hurt. He wasn't rubbing or favoring any part of his body. He didn't look like someone who had been punched or pushed and fallen to the ground. Something about the way he was sitting. All my senses were screaming something was wrong with this picture. It was like he was waiting to play a role. Something about the situation made me think I wasn't supposed to see the men first, or at least until I got out the family room. I also noticed the cars these three came in were parked across the street. Well, I really can just assume they were all in the car. Anyway, at this point, my thoughts were all over the place, and I didn't really know what to do. You had to have just been there to understand the wrongness of what I was seeing. So many things simply didn't add up. All the while, the woman was still at my family room, knocking. But again, I looked at her and got the same gut reaction that she wasn't even acting like a woman in distress. She wasn't pounding or yelling for help, just knocking. And something else I didn't understand was why the woman ran across the street to my home instead of the house that she'd parked the car in front of, which was next door to where the guys were. I mean, either place wasn't really safe for her, so why not that neighbor? Why my house? And why wasn't she yelling or really banging on the door? And why the heck, after a few knocks and not getting any response, did she not come to the other door right away? See, the questions just kept coming, and I was so confused to what to do. Yeah, I know. It's easy for you to say, why didn't you call the cops and go to the woman's aid? Well, I had children to protect, and every part of me was screaming this wasn't right, and something was terribly wrong. Not to open the door. I didn't even think about calling the cops. My mind was too busy trying to puzzle this together while protecting my kids. I did feel for the woman, but I wasn't about to answer the door without a knife or my 4 to 10 in-hand question, is which do I go for? I went to grab whichever, and as I did, I told the boys to stay down. Yeah, right. As I had left, the woman finally decided to come to the front door. I'd also noticed not a whole lot was going on with the guys, except they were in the same position. My oldest didn't listen, and he popped his head up. She told him through the closed window to get his mum, and all he did was to shake his head. After that, several things happened all at once. I was getting the weapon. The woman must have given up, and from what I learnt from my neighbour, the exact one I didn't understand why she hadn't gone to in the first place, the man on the ground got up, and both of the men started walking down the road together. As soon as she jumped in her car and took off, I saw said neighbour heading my way, so I went out to meet him. He said he'd been watching TV, as well as his dog, Abra, and he alerted him to what was going on with her barking. He called the cops, telling them what he was witnessing, and that I must be scared, and so not to answer my door. They said that they'd send someone out. We never saw them, which is really too bad, for I don't believe the story ends when they leave. Anyway, My neighbor asked if I was okay, and we exchanged numbers right then and there in case I ever needed him. He too thought that something wasn't right. Not long after this, my girlfriend 2 doors down got home, and I called her to tell her about it. She was even like, "Man, you need to teach me to not answer the door," for with my telling of how it played out, she knew I'd done the right thing. Anyway, a few days go by and the phone rings. Alec answers it, and comes to me with the phone held out and goes, "It's Sam," which is my girlfriend's husband, and Alex says that Sam wants to speak to me. Of course I have a confused look on my face. I don't get why Sam wanted to speak to me. Not that we weren't friends too, but we didn't call the other's house, and then ask for the others, unless it was me calling for her, if you get what I mean. Sam and I exchanged pleasantries, and then he dives in as to why he called. He first asked me what kind of car those people drove. I didn't know, but at the time I knew the color. Well, he had found out that in a different area, 2 men and a woman tried to take a child, and a neighbor lady stopped them. Though it was a different car, and I knew in my gut it was the same people. I believe to this day if I had answered that door, or if I'd left the door open, if it not for the boys being sick and the wind being a tad cool, I could have either been hurt or killed, or my beautiful boys gone. I knew that day something wasn't right. Whether it just be my gut instinct, quick thinking, or guardian angel, I don't know. All I know is that I learnt a valuable lesson that day. Watch who you open your door for, and listen to your gut. And to those 3, let's not meet again. Before I go into the nitty-gritty of the story, I do need to share some information for context. One of my brothers had gotten into the drug world, just skimming the surface I'd say, and ended up in jail and recently being released again, traffic fines with some drug possession charges. Needless to say, he knows a fair few users and pushers and has introduced the more respectable ones to some of the family. One of these guys is called Paul. Paul is a fairly harmless guy and has been in and out of clinics in a bid to get control of his life back. His drug of choice, crack. He's had a pretty severe drug habit since he was a teen. When he first met my brother, and while they weren't always friends, they'd recently reconnected when Paul moved back to town to be closer to his family after getting clean again. Like I said, he's nice enough when he's not using, and since most of his family are also drug users, he didn't want to stay with them since he wanted to try and stay clean. So Mum offered to let him stay in the spare bedroom, which isn't that weird since we've had various family friends stay over for months at a time here, so we're fairly used to having people come in and out of our lives. Around that time, a friend who had left town straight out of high school came back for a visit, staying in the next town over. She decided to hold a get-together for a bunch of us, since this was one of those you're gonna be trapped here for life rural areas, so a fair amount of people from school were still here. When we were younger, there was a big rivalry between 3 of the bigger towns in the area, and most of the partygoers were coming from my town. It's changed a lot, but back then there were a lot of fights and tension between the youngs and teens of the town. Of course, I needed a lift out of the town in question because the car was being used, so Paul offered to give one, since he was a friend and was heading out that way anyway. I got the lift, everything worked out well, and the party went off without a hitch, ending at about 1 AM, and as we're adults now, no partying all night. We had a few people who didn't want to leave, but eventually we got to lock up and crash for the night, and all seemed well at about 4 AM. I am a light sleeper, But even if I hadn't been, the banging on the front door probably would have awoken me anyway. My friend rushed out of her room and went to open the door, thinking it might be one of the partygoers returning for something, but I stopped her, and we instead turned on the porch light and peeked through the lounge window to see what was going on. The lounge room juts forward just a bit from the door and has windows facing in towards it, so we could see the area fairly well, especially with the lights on. There was a guy and two girls frantically banging on the door. The guy had long, messy hair and really baggy clothes. The two girls looked like they were more dressed up to party. One of them in a miniskirt and bra, she seemed to have lost her shirt somewhere, and the other in a short black dress and really tall heels. Neither of us recognized them, though we had a few people come to the party who were friends of friends. The weird thing, and this was the reason it was most suspicious, was that there were no other sounds, as in they weren't calling for us to open the door, or help, or anything, just pounding on the door over and over. That seemed really strange to me, since you'd expect that if they were party guests they'd be calling out to us by name, or at least trying to explain through the door. I kinda poked my friend into getting the phone and making a call to the cops about 5 minutes later, and then a car's headlights shone on them. As I was keeping a watch through the window, they hadn't even noticed me yet, they were just banging. As a vehicle pulled into the driveway, out of the driver's side came Paul. He ducked back and pulled something out, which was a crowbar, then started screaming at them to get the hell out of there or he'd beat them. They definitely took note of that, because they all kind of lurched back and started laughing. It was the first vocal sound they'd made the entire time, after a good 15 minutes of pounding. It was a really weird laughter too, hyena-like, and really despondent. I can't really describe it, but it sends chills down my spine, and I watched Paul take a step back when it started. I think that they caught him off guard, and it creeped him out. But he kept yelling at them to move, and they eventually began leaving. Except they didn't run or anything, they just turned and walked off, as if they hadn't just been pounding on someone's door, or had a weird laughing fit. Paul stood there for a while watching them, before coming to the door, and we let him in. He was mumbling about crackheads and junkies, but he seemed very shaken. My friend was still on the phone, waiting for the cops to show up, and when they did, they took our statements and did a sweep of the neighborhood. They said they'd have a car go by every now and then, but that they couldn't really do anything more than that at that point. Paul ended up staying in the spare room, and my friend and I went back to our beds, though I didn't really sleep well for the rest of the night. In the morning, I caught a ride home with Paul, my friend coming along since she wanted to visit another friend, and we chatted about the party and what happened, kind of talking ourselves into thinking it was just a dumb prank by someone's friends. Paul didn't really say much about it and kept quiet for the whole ride back. I never heard anything about it again, and frankly, since it was in another town, didn't care too much about it. Like I said, we'd kind of rewritten it in our minds as some kids having a prank after drinking too much. A bit of a scare, sure, but nothing dangerous. So flash forward to a week ago, when Bro comes back from jail. Paul has since moved out of the house. He'd slipped back into drugs during the time, as my mum is big against any kind of drugs and won't allow them on the property, but returned to town again a few months ago after a clinic stay. Anyway, he and my bro were talking in the play shed. It has a small campfire and is used for hosting visits and playing cards. And I'd come in with popcorn to share when we got talking about dumb stuff that happened at parties. I was telling my brother about the fight we had with the hyena people, and laughing about them when Paul told me that we were very lucky that night for several reasons. Apparently when he was younger he used to run with a group who would invade homes for fun. they'd take their drug of choice, get smashed, pick a house to terrorize, and a few people would open the doors, and when that happened, they'd rush in, attack the householder or whoever opened the door, and grab whatever they could and leave. However, they were kind of dumb, smart, paranoid. The lack of talking was because if someone figured out the people, they'd be able to identify the attacker by the sound of their voice, and they decided that no matter what, they wouldn't speak at all during the invasion. They'd just bang over and over again until they got attention. If no one opened up after a while, they'd just walk away to make it seem like it were a prank. And no voice identification meant that no one would get caught since it'd be too dark to see their faces. Paul said he'd gone to see an old buddy that night, and he had had a few friends over. They talked about how dumb they were as kids doing these home invasions and how lucky they'd been that they never got caught or seriously hurt anyone. Some of the younger group that were with them kept pestering about details about the invasions, and some of the others had indulged them. But Paul was busy talking to someone else about something and eventually changed topic. However, just before he left for the night, after some of the others had brought out their drugs and started using, he overheard the blonde guy saying that he wanted to have a go at invasions and they should hit the house of the big party that all the guys from the other town were in, i.e. the house we were staying at. Paul panicked a bit and tried to call the house, but we missed the call. Fearing the worst since the guy was also leaving, he raced over, but not knowing the town very well and having a bit of car trouble, he was scared he'd be late. He said he didn't really want to get his friends into trouble by calling the cops since drugs were involved, but he was also really worried because he was pretty sure the guy was showing a knife to some of the others at that point. He finally arrived, making it in time to chase the three off the property. Apparently, the day after Paul went to talk to the cops about it, leaving some information out about the drugs, and some arrests were made at that point, but I don't know more beyond that. He said he finally felt enough guilt to talk to the cops about it, after he realized that someone he knew personally could have been hurt, especially when it was someone whose family he owed a lot for helping him out. So yeah, in hindsight, we were pretty lucky that Paul was around to save our hides. Sadly, he's gone out of town again to attend another rehab clinic, as my brother convinced him to do so after he confessed to being on ice. But he did get a homemade chocolate cake out of the deal after I heard the truth. I am a 31-year-old female. This happened when I was about 15 years old, and to this day I have a thing for big, wide eyes. They truly creep me the hell out. When I was 15, I had chores, like most teenagers do. One of my chores was to mow the lawn every now and again. I live in Cincinnati, so in the summer it's extremely humid. On this particular day, I was mowing the grass. I was wearing shorts and a crop top. I mowed the front, and that was that. Now at the time I lived off an extremely busy street that ran through my little town. A few weeks later, my mum and dad decided to sell the boat we had sitting in our driveway. I lived in a little town about 35 minutes away from downtown Cincinnati, and it was in Claremont County. So on the day this happened, it was just my mum, my little sister who was 6 at the time, and myself. My dog was there too, but she was a miniature pinscher, so her bark was bigger than her bite. It wasn't her fault, she was only like 6 pounds, so she tried. So I hear my mum shouting for me, asking if I knew who drove the red truck that had just pulled into our driveway. I told her I didn't. She says maybe he's here about the boat. So her and I are looking out the door window. We had one of those wooden doors, but it had glass at the top so that you could see out directly, and also that means you can see in directly. So we're watching this man, and he's not moving. He's just staring straight ahead, and begins revving his engine like he's going to ram through our family room bay window. My mum knew something isn't right. She steps outside onto our porch, staying very close to the door, and yells, "Excuse me, sir, can I help you with anything? Are you interested in the boat for sale?" He proceeds to rev his engine louder still. My mum quickly grabs my sister and me and puts us in my bedroom and tells us to lock the doors and to not come out regardless of what she hears. I grab my little dog and am holding the dog and my sister. Then I remember that the sliding office doors are all open and unlocked, only the screen doors are closed. My mum had an extension built on the house as a home office because she was a realtor, so I began to think, with so many open ways, my mum can't do this alone. I opened my bedroom window, which leads to the backyard, which we had a huge privacy fence, so I knew that she'd be safe with the open window, and I put my deck chair up against it and tell her to lock the doors, and if I'm not back in 5 minutes, to go out the window through the little opening all the way to the other end of our backyard, which leads to the neighbours, and to take the dog with her and call 911. I gave her a hug and a smile and told her everything would be okay, and locked the door behind me. When I peek around the corner into the living room, I see my mum pushing on the front door with a shotgun, and this man has his face pressed against the glass with his huge eyes. They're wide and crazy looking, and I instantly freak the hell out. I begin to army crawl through the living room and past the door so that he can't see me, and so I don't distract my mum. My dad collected stuff from World War I or II and kept them on the bookshelf by the kitchen and dining room. I grab his bayonet off the bookshelf and continue to army crawl to the office. I quickly shut and lock all the sliding glass doors, so the only way this man is getting through is the front door. Once I have the office secure, I quickly dial 911 and go over to the door where the man is and push on the door with my mother, looking at his huge, crazy ass eyes, and yell that I've called the police and they're on their way. At this, he quickly returns to his truck. My mum gets the door secure, and then we hear the revving, only this time it's more aggressive and extreme. We're convinced he's going to ram his truck through our family bay windows. He's getting in before the police come. I hand my mum the phone and go running to my room. I knock to tell my sister to open the door, and it takes her a minute, but she does manage to unlock it. I knock just as she has begun to climb the chair to the window to run to the back neighbour. Thank goodness I'm caught her in time, because this man didn't ram our bay window. Instead, he took off, but his lips and nose prints remained on our front door on the glass. When the police did arrive, we explained what he was driving and what he looked like. I had gotten his plate number also, and they found him 10 minutes up the street at a Gold Star. It took 6 policemen to take him down and put him into custody. He claimed to have an epileptic seizure and had no memory of what happened to him. Turns out what really caused this random big-eyed psycho to try and break into our house was a few days previously he saw me outside mowing grass and my mum working on the flower bed and thought we were very pretty. I lived in a pretty small area in Clermont County, so I'd seen him around. His family had money, so he got off pretty easily given what he did. Whenever I'd see him, which was mainly where I worked, I had to go to the back and stay there until he left. So to the man whose name I can't put in here and caused me to literally be terrified of big eyes, please, let's never meet again. It was in October of 2016. My then girlfriend broke up with me a week prior to this time. It did have an emotional impact on me. and I desperately needed something to lift me out of my mood. I was on Snapchat looking through the stories, and I see my then friend named Emilio had posted on his story, and it showed that he was outside the local Winn-Dixie in a car, blasting rap music, with somebody who I thought looked like a school shooter. Not long after the story, I get a phone call from Emilio. "Yo, you wanna sneak out?" "I shouldn't. I'm working on my English 2 homework." Now, you see, Emilio isn't necessarily the kind of person who takes no for an answer. He may ask at least twice if you refuse. And after my excuses, he says, "Come on, you know you don't want to do your homework. Besides, you can come and smoke with us." When he said smoke, I automatically assumed he was talking about the green stuff. So I reluctantly agreed to meet him somewhere in my neighborhood. It was a pain to sneak out my house, since all the doors have squeaky hinges, let alone having a dog. I get my dog to sit outside the door that squeaks the least after I leave, which, thinking about it, made me feel like a total ass. I go to the parking lot of a local business and hide near the dumpster, call Emilio, and ask when they should be there. He says 5 minutes, and that they're going to show up in a white van. I chuckle, because there was no way in hell he was going to get in a white van. 5 minutes pass, and I see headlights approach, and take a guess what I see. A van. I felt all the color drain from my face, as I made the realization that the situation was bad. The van stops a few meters from me, and I force myself to approach it, since I had no other choice. I get inside, and it smells like what I can closely relate to toilet cleaner. The inside was disgusting, a blanket with various particles on it, and a very messy floor, as if someone lived in it. Emilio introduces his friend, Camden, and Lord Almighty, this guy looked like the type of person you'd find in a crack house. He had thin, wavy hair that went past his shoulders, green, buggy eyes, a moustache of a 7th grader who thinks he has facial hair, and a heavy build. I sit in the van as it drives out the neighborhood, projecting the best I could. After a few minutes, we drive to a place where people can fish. The guys had a box for an old iPhone, and inside that box were small crystals. It hit me right then and there that I snuck out to hang out with 2 meth heads. Right away, I told them I didn't want to smoke, and Amelia was fine with it, but I couldn't speak for Camden. I brought my cigarettes and lighter that night, and Emilio ends up using all my lighter fluid, which really annoyed me. But I held a poker face about it. In the background, while I watched him light a bowl of meth, a song named Chasing Dragons was playing. To this day, that song haunts me. Camden asks me if I can drive, as he was hinting that we rob a store up ahead. Emilio was against it, and Camden was like, I'm joking. In retrospect, I seriously hope he was. We ended up going to a Walmart. We were there for a while, and at some point I'm left alone with Camden. He begins babbling some stupid stuff, and again that's where my projection came into play. But the scariest part of that was when he was trying to get me interested in hanging out with him. Camden offered to drive me to school, and I agree. But in that instant I remembered that my mum agreed to take me to school that morning, so I let him know. Almost immediately after I said that, he got aggressive. Really? Are you bullshitting me? It sounded like he was threatening me. And when Emilio comes back out after a while, we leave. In the parking lot, we rendezvous in the van, and they have the bright idea of smoking more bowls. Camden hits the bowls, then he puts the pipe out like he was offering it to me. and right away I spit out, "I'm good." He replies, "Oh, good job." I made it abundantly clear to them that I'd never touched that stuff, thanks to some screwed up commercials I saw as a kid, but I feel like Camden didn't give a shit. Finally, time to go home. It was quite nerve-wracking, and he was speeding like a NASCAR driver. I was just praying he didn't get pulled over. We get at my house, and it's all over. I dropped him 2 weeks after this happening, but that wasn't the last time I saw him. One time when I was mowing my lawn at sundown, I saw the same van. I saw Emilio and Camden high off their asses smiling at me through the windshield. When I realized what just happened, I stopped what I was doing, ran back inside, grabbed my knife, and called my sister on her way home from work to be careful when she pulls in, because my paranoia told me they were going to come over. Thankfully, they didn't, and I hope to never meet them again. This happened when I was between 1st and 3rd grade, which is about 10 to 12 years ago, but this specific memory has permanently scarred me until now, and is probably the reason why I am not a very religious person. Anyway, here it goes. In the Philippines, the majority of our schools are Catholic. Some private schools require students to go to church every first Friday of the month. The school I went to back in elementary was one of those. Basically, every first Friday of the month, the students would gather in their respective classrooms before all of us would be led to the church. The church we went to was connected to our school, and each grade and section had their own areas in the church, so our advisors and teachers would be able to monitor us. The pews my classmates and I sat on were around 10 rows away from the altar, so it was pretty close to the front. The nuns and other church staff usually sat at the 1st to 3rd rows. I'm not sure if churches in other countries do this, but at the end of the ceremony, people clap in celebration after hearing a mass. I was sitting next to my close friend, and we decided to do something funny. We were around 8 at the time, so our decision-making skills weren't exactly the best. While the priest was saying the final blessing before ending the mass, my friend and I decided to clap. It was only one clap, but a loud one. The sound echoed in the church loud enough to catch the nuns' attention. Finally, the mass ended, and the students were led back to their classrooms, except our row. Enter the nun. She was old, maybe aged around 60 to 70, wearing a black habit, and it was very wrinkly. She marched towards our area fuming and began demanding to know who made the clap noise. I ended up admitting it was me, but my friend didn't. So I was the only one who got into trouble. The nun told my advisor to let me stay in the church. My teacher obliged, gathered the rest of the students and left me alone. At this point I was bawling. The nun went somewhere else. I can't remember where, but she did leave me alone for a few minutes. I was a small 8-year-old child who was left alone in a big church, aside from the janitor who was cleaning the floors. Chills were literally running up through my body. How would you feel if you were left alone with all these scary statues looking down at you? The atmosphere felt really creepy and eerie. The design and architecture of the church was Gothic, so it only fueled my fear further. When the janitor began to clear my area, I was begging him to let me out of the church, but he refused, stating he was only following orders. Eventually, the nun returns for me, grabs me harshly by the wrist and tugs me out of the church and to their sleeping quarters. Quick note: in private schools in the Philippines, nuns and priests were residents and had sleeping quarters within campus. While the nun literally dragged me to their sleeping quarters, I grabbed onto a ledge near the gate, still screaming and thrashing around. We were outside this time, and the nannies and other guardians of the students were looking on, but none of them did anything to intervene. I spot my nanny from afar and could see her looking at me in concern, but she stayed in her spot. Once we were inside the nun's sleeping quarters, she throws me onto a bed and begins yelling at me, telling me what I did was wrong. That I have sinned for clapping while the priest was talking. She then threatened me that she'd keep me locked up in her room for a week. She even locked the door for emphasis. I was beyond scared at this point. She looked at me in the eye and asked me if I would do it again, shaking her finger at my face. I shook my head furiously, and I remember her reiterating that she'd keep me in her room, but only for 3 days this time. I told her that I would never do it again, and after what seemed like hours, she finally let me out. I was shaking when I returned to the classroom, but I don't really remember what else happened after this. We didn't really do anything to report the incident. I'm not sure if my nanny told my parents what happened, but if they did, they didn't come forward to file a complaint or anything. To this day, entering that church still gives me goosebumps. My family gets really mad at me when I don't go to church every Sunday, but I honestly don't care. Crazy nun, please, let's never meet again. My friend June and I were 15 when we used to hang out all summer, riding her quad down to the river by ourselves. Her father didn't really care how long we were gone, so long as we were safe. But he worked nights as a prison guard in a different city, so he wouldn't really know if we were either way. Well, usually, things went fine. We stayed on the quad, messed around like teenagers do, got in the water, and went home. We almost always brought June's dog, Bo, and he was always useful to keep creeps away due to his size, as he was a bloodhound. However, one day we stayed later than usual, and it was getting pretty dark. We'd stayed late before, but we didn't like to do it often, so we packed up and left. When we got all the way home, put Bo in the house, locked up the quad, and realized that June didn't have her cell phone on her. Determined to not get in serious trouble with her dad in the morning when he found out she'd lost her phone, we decided to go back for it. Unfortunately, the quad was now low on gas, though we did have 2 spare bicycles. At first, we were only panicked because June's phone was missing. That was a pretty big deal by itself, but our unease grew as we rode past 2 vehicles that hadn't been on the path to the river before. The trucks were parked next to each other, and as we went by, the men exchanged some sort of goods. One of the men stuck something down his pants, and I was pretty sure I'd seen my first drug deal, and I'd always been taught I'd die for that. I didn't though, obviously. June waved at the men, which I remember cringing indirectly at. I don't know why I thought it was a bad idea, but I strongly believed that it would get us into trouble. We made our way to the area where we'd been sitting, searched for a few places we thought it could be, and eventually found the small silver device. It was on some rocks, and thankfully unharmed, though from its position, it must have fallen off the quad. We tried to go around where we knew the vehicles to be going through the bush, since we knew the area well, and we were both extremely uneasy. There was a rustle in the bushes to our right, and we both froze. My heart was pounding in my chest as I made almost direct eye contact with something. Its eyes were glowing. I let all my air out at once. It was just a deer. It ran towards us despite knowing what it was now, and we screamed a little. We gave up on going around. It was too dark, and the nature would always be one step ahead of us. This was in early high school, and we didn't have flashlights on our phones to see. To our dismay, on our way back to the original path, the vehicles were still there, or at least one of them was. And it still creeped me out to talk about the situation. I was sure something bad was going to happen to us. I remember seeing headlights pointing at us as we rode our bikes to the right as quickly as we could. But I was always the weaker of the two of us and was falling behind. June was yelling at me to hurry up, and I'm pretty sure I began crying at this point. I was so sure that if they got to one of us, it would be me. We got ahead of them enough to reach a slight curvature in the blackberry bush that separated this part of the path from the main one. June grabbed my hand to pull me down the bushes, and the thorns scraped against my exposed skin. I always wore shorts with my bikinis, but the rest of me was still open to the weapons of the bushes. It was worth it though, because they couldn't see us, and we could hear them. They idled in their car nearby, got out, and looked around a little. "Where'd they go? You see where they went?" "I thought they went that way." They got back in their car. Eventually, the headlights faded further, closer to the river, and further from our way home. So we bolted, grabbed our bikes, and pedaled as fast as our little legs could take us. We pedaled so hard and hoped that we wouldn't be followed home. We made it safely. We locked the gate to the yard and went inside and watched the road for a while. Nobody went by. We went to the river the next day, and it was normal. There was something different, though, about the blackberries that we'd been hiding in. They'd been crushed, run over multiple times by cars until they were almost completely flat. I don't like to think about what would have happened if we'd have stayed in our oh-so-perfect hiding spot any longer. Me and my brother are adopted, both from different families at different ages. He was horribly abused before he came to our family, but he was only 2 and doesn't remember any of it. But the damage is done. He has explosive anger and is a compulsive liar. He'll make up stories that supposedly happened in the past. He'll say that our adopted parents continued mistreating him in the same way his real parents did, and that he was never treated fairly, and they only ever tried to buy his love. This is all rubbish, mind you. Our parents are the most gentle and loving people I've ever met. They kept him housed, fed, and dressed all his life. He's 26 now. When he was in high school, he used to cut his arms for attention, all superficial wounds, and never had to get stitches. In other words, he's a drama king. We aren't sure if he's bipolar or has some form of autism. He never wants to cooperate with therapists or doctors, so he's never been diagnosed with anything nor medicated. Now let me clarify, we love my brother Duke. My whole family has loved him since the day he joined us. He is quite eccentric, but we've always appreciated him for his differences. Even though he has violent outbursts, we have always just accepted it and moved on. About 6 months ago, he started dating this woman, Nina. She's 10 years older than him and has 2 children aged 16 and 10. Their relationship is a whole different story. But basically, she takes a lot of opioid pain medication and started to give him some. He has an addictive personality and is spinning out of control. He took a belt to her son because he was talking back, and he's constantly getting rid of dogs. By no fault of their own, mind you. He says that they're misbehaving, but really they're just reacting to how he is behaving. In June, it's my father's birthday, so one evening we went out to dinner to celebrate. My brother was messed up on some pain medication, and he tried to deny it, but we could tell we aren't stupid. The dinner ended up in a yelling match between Duke and my mother. My mother forced him into the car and drove him to the hospital, but he refused to go in. He probably didn't want his girlfriend to get in trouble for giving him her pain medication. Eventually, she came and collected him, and they went home. During the next few weeks, I got a lot of messages from both my older brother and Nina about their fights. Apparently, they think I could help them, but I'm not in the relationship, and I repeatedly explained that to them, that they need to speak to a therapist or marriage counselor, not me. Their relationship continues to spiral out of control. Nina is apparently trying to get pregnant during this time. Supposedly, she succeeded, but miscarried. Now this could be true, but I'm getting major drama queen vibes from her as well. I really think she's just trying to rock my brother's boat. They go on a road trip, and I get a call from my brother. He's screaming and crying and telling me that Nina is walking down the highway opposite the traffic and refuses to get back in the car. I tell him to calm down and beg her to come home. Eventually, she gets back in the car and they head home, and all seems well. About 2 weeks ago, this stuff starts to show up again. Apparently, Nina is pregnant again, but is threatening to abort the baby because my brother, according to her, does not deserve the baby. I don't know why she got off birth control if she was just gonna do that. Duke calls my uncle, tells him that Nina was punching herself in the stomach and that he was furious. He drives his truck into a pole right out in front of the hospital, saying he was trying to end it all. Fortunately, there was a mental health facility right across the parking lot, and he gets voluntarily admitted. But after the 72-hour hold, they release him, and he remains medicated on whatever they prescribed him until the bottles run out, because he lost his insurance after that and didn't deem it necessary to go take the steps to remain medicated. He doesn't stay out for long though. Just a few days after that, he's readmitted, but involuntarily. The details are a bit unclear to me, but the cause was from another fight between himself and Nina. During this stay, he is compulsively lying to therapists, not partaking in any activities, and making a fool of himself as well as my entire family. He refuses to see Nina or take anything she tries to deliver him. My uncle and cousin go on visitation to talk to him. The conversation lasts for about 3 minutes before he freaks out and leaves. We find out that he has sold all of my grandfather's rifles who passed away 10 years ago. My aunt is in agony, knowing that she has lost family heirlooms because of my brother's ill decisions. The next time my uncle goes to visit, he threatens to end my parents' lives, as well as to snap Nina's neck. Present day, my brother is due to be released this afternoon. There's still a .22 missing. Duke says that he's going to a homeless shelter and getting his dog from Nina. And then goodness knows what's going to happen. Please, pray for us. I am a country girl. I don't live on a farm, just a half-acre parcel with my husband and our only son. We have 2 horses, 2 cows, 2 pigs, so my morning is spent doing chores both inside and outside. Our only son Michael is 5, and since he is an only child, we decided to host a foreign exchange student for a year. We chose a girl from Denmark that enjoys riding horses called Margie. She was with us for about a month when we decided to take her to Olvera Street in Los Angeles. Olvera Street is a huge outdoor swap and meet like setup where you can get anything from hand-blown glass pipes to the best tacos, albeit the greasiest I've ever had. We arrived, and I couldn't believe the traffic and crowds. It was kind of intimidating at first, but as we drove into a parking lot that you had to pay for, I felt better knowing that there was someone to watch the cars, and we walked the short distance to Olvera Street. Right outside the entrance, there were Native American dancers performing, and we were all caught up in their performance and even joined in the dancing. Olvera Street was absolutely overwhelming, and there was stuff everywhere, and the crowds were scary, as I worried that my son would get lost. I had never seen crowds like this, and had never been in one either. We spent the day shopping and eating the most delicious Mexican food. It was at this point I realized that Taco Bell was not Mexican food, and by the time we exited Olvera Street, it was beginning to get dark. We were absolutely exhausted and walking the short distance to the car. As we approached the parking lot, it was comforting to see that there was still an attendant, so I had no fear nor worries. As we entered the lot, I was absent-mindedly going through the pictures I had taken that day. I had my huge purse, the bag of things that we bought, and my very expensive camera. Michael and Margie were dragging several steps behind us, and my husband kept inching his way closer to me. He got right in my ear and whispered in a very alarming tone, "Lock the doors when you get in." I understood the words, but the alarm in his voice made me look up to see 5 or 6 big guys slowly approaching our direction. All of a sudden it dawned on me what was going on, so I told the kids at least 3 times to lock the doors when they entered. I was trusting a 5-year-old and 15-year-old whose native tongue wasn't English to understand to do what I said. As we started to get into the vehicle, the guys quickened their approach, and as I slammed my door, one guy grabbed the door handle and began tugging it aggressively. Luckily, I had instantly locked the doors as I closed it, and looked back to see that both Michael and Margie had locked theirs, as one guy on each door tried in vain to open them. As my husband started the engine, the guys kept saying that we needed to pay for parking in the lot, and we told them we already did, to no avail. We backed the car up slowly as to not run over the 6 guys that surrounded us, and we inched backwards. They all kept pounding on the car saying we needed to pay, and we had backed up far enough and began going forward, only to see 4 guys blocking the exit. Now my husband is perfectly calm, just inching towards the exit with the guys, who were getting even more aggressive, pounding on the car and saying we needed to pay. Inching slowly more and more and more, we reached it. Now these guys had no intention of letting us leave without paying, but my husband, being the calming force that is going to get us out of this safely, inched past their backliner-sized men blocking the exit, and he finally turns onto a street. We thought we were safe, and we were wrong. My husband safely got us out of the parking lot, but inadvertently pulled onto a one-way street going the wrong way. We had 6 lanes of cars ahead of us, and we had no way out. He started going forward, and the cars are getting closer and closer, and at the very last moment, he pulls into the parking lot of a liquor store, and that's where he stops the car to take a breath. My heart was absolutely pounding, and the poor sheltered little soul was still in that parking lot, so proud of the kids who did exactly what they were told and staying calm in the face of danger, and so thankful to my calm-headed husband, who was the superhero that day and every day for me. I will never go to LA again now, not even for free tickets for my favorite band. I'm still very much a country girl, and I'm afraid that big cities are simply not for me. About 11 months ago, I started working at a big corporate retail store that specializes in tech, mostly high-end goods, part-time. I'm a female who's 6 foot tall and in my late 20s, a former NCAA water polo player. My job at said store was more behind the scenes. My primary duties were to answer calls and assist with orders, complaints, and scheduling via the phones. My secondary duties would be to assist the front lanes when lines got long. I'm a friendly, outgoing person and love to chat with customers. Some regulars I joke about with about various topics, but nothing ever that would be considered unprofessional nor suggestive, and I've never expressed any interest in any customer. All of this happens in a 2-month period. One day, a customer, an older gentleman who's in his mid-60s and around 6'6", he's become a regular customer in the last few days and comes up to me while I'm at the register and is making a purchase while holding a coffee. Jokingly, I ask where my coffee was, and he proceeds to order me a coffee. I decline it several times with, "Oh, no, I was joking. Thank you, though," and go about my day. Over the next few days, I'm noticing this guy more often, and I'm doing quite a few checkouts for him. There is small talk, as most customer service agents have with regulars, but he starts to mention highly personal details about me that I have never brought up in conversation, as I don't discuss my personal life with customers unless it's relevant to the conversation at hand. These comments include my route to work, what kind of car I drive, and the stickers that are on the back of my car, the college I went to, the apartment complex I live in, and what kind of decorations I have outside my front door. The first few times these tidbits are brought up, I brush them off as slip-ups, or he must have overheard me saying something to someone. But then he starts asking for my phone number. I decline giving him my number, stating it's against policy. So he starts insisting I take his number and call him. Again, it is stated that this is against policy, and I add that it is against corporate policy for me to take customers' information, and that I'm not allowed to hand out my information to customers. I'm sorry. As the days progress, he starts catching me as I come out from behind the register to run over to another department in our store for something. Again, I am neither a short nor small woman, and I do not physically intimidate easily. But this guy who towers over me repeatedly places himself in front of me and demands I give him my number. This happened 3 to 4 times. Each time and day he's getting closer to my personal space, demanding my phone number and information so that he can call me. When there are times he doesn't get me as his checkout associate, he gets angry and irate, physically attempting to insert himself into my space to demand my information. And there are several times co-workers have had to remove me physically from the situations because he is causing such a scene and getting so close to me that they are worried for my safety. At this point, I'm starting to get freaked out, and I'm feeling unsafe to work in my environment. So I bring it up to a couple of my supervisors who just laugh it off and say that I'm being paranoid. My dad is getting calls from me almost daily, telling him about my encounters and what this guy said or did. So finally he says I need to go and talk to the police and see what they suggest. I do, since my supervisors aren't doing anything about it, and I go and talk to the police department and explain the situation, and end up in tears, shaking, because it's finally hitting me that this guy is stalking and harassing me, and I feel helpless. They fill out a report and tell me to take it to my superiors to see if they can get pictures and information on this guy, so the police can contact him and issue a trespass, banning him from the property. I bring the case number to my supervisors, who start to do some digging. I will repeat, my primary job is behind the scenes, in a cave, and I am rarely out on the registers during my shift. They find that in a 30-day period, I had processed over 17 transactions with this customer, and that he had been coming in 4 to 5 times a week, sometimes twice a day, to buy $10 gift cards from our store. After taking pictures of his license plate and info from work, the police were able to find out that this guy lived over an hour and a half away from the store, and he was driving almost 3 hours every day just to make a purchase. Then, the security footage is looked at, and my supervisors noticed they have no clear image of this guy. He knew where our store security cameras were located and pointing, so he hid his face and actual height by hunching over from the cameras. They also noticed that there were points where he would be in the store for 35 to 45 minutes at a time, just looking at the front registers waiting for me to appear so that he could make his purchase with me. If he didn't get me the first time, he would come back an hour or so later, right as I was about to get off work, because he knew the generics of my schedule. With no clear picture, the store had to wait on me to see this guy and point him out to a supervisor so they could issue the verbal trespass to him. He was able to come in and continue to harass me and threaten me for my information a few times because nobody really knew what he looked like. And by the time I had called for a supervisor, he had left, or they didn't know enough about the situation to trespass him. It took another 2 weeks before I was able to get a supervisor to trespass him from the store. He had cornered me again and harassed me for my number and to check him out on the register, but I was able to slip away. When the supervisor approached him saying that he was trespassed for harassing an employee, he flat out denied that it was him and said that they were mistaken. When the police department called him telling him the boundaries of the trespass and asked him for his side of the story, he told them I was just a girl that never told him no to a date and that it's my fault for not saying that. He insisted that he shouldn't have been banned from the store because if I really didn't want him to bother me, I should have just told him so. I saw him around my complex for a few weeks, and after a few months, I quit retail because I didn't feel comfortable there. I loved working there, but I would just rather never meet this guy again. In 2014, I moved to Ohio from California after my mum had retired from being in the army. In middle school, I ended up transferring schools in the middle of second semester, March 2015. The new school was in a crappy part of town because we moved and the school I was attending before was about 20 minutes away, and my mum didn't want to have to drive me. The school in this small town was within walking distance of my house, so I didn't mind all that, except I was no longer in a school with my best friends, and being shy and antisocial at that age, I didn't manage to make new friends in the new school. I was the sort of new kid. My grandparents lived in this crappy small town, and when my mum would deploy, I would live with them because my dad left when I was an infant. A lot of these people in this town I had known from kindergarten to second grade. Let it be known at the time, I was a full-blown, Tumblr-esque, flower crown, Dan and Phil, 21 Pilots faux emo kid. I don't even know what to call this, to be honest, other than cringy. At the time, I was very freshly 14, and my fashion choices were rather questionable. I had dyed bright red fringy emo hair, wore baggy hoodies and skinny jeans, and wore distressed American flag high-top Converses. In my pre-algebra class, there was this kid named Connor who had a crush on me. Connor was of average height for a boy in the 8th grade, but to me he was short because I've always been tall. He had straw-like brown hair and he was slim. He asked me out many a times in class, and I rejected him because I had been e-dating a 15-year-old guy from Texas. Despite that though, he didn't make me feel weirded out. The class was pretty tiny, so everyone knew everyone. Someone important to this story is Ella Davis. For some reason, no one called her Ella, it was always Ella Davis. Ella Davis was a shorter, beautiful girl with long brunette ponytail and a smile decorated with shiny braces. She was of the more affluent families. Affluent because that just meant middle and upper class, because most people in this town were poor or lower middle. Ella Davis, despite being so beautiful, affluent, and popular, was genuinely nice to everyone she met, including me, the shy, lanky emo kid. No one had any reason to dislike Ella Davis, and no one did. She was a textbook girl next door. One thing I remember so vividly about Connor was that one day before pre-algebra, he had complimented my distressed American flag high tops. Nothing unusual. So I said, "Thanks," and he started taking off his beat-up grey shoes and pleaded with me to trade them with him. I expected him to seem like he was joking, even just a little, but he wasn't. He looked pretty serious about it, and I shrugged it off and was like, "Dude, no, I like my shoes." From then on, nothing really happened. A month or two goes by, and suddenly Connor and 3 other boys stopped showing up to school, and whispers around the school spread like wildfire. And of course, considering I legitimately had no friends, I was the last to know. I remember I was in my last day of class when a girl named Carmen had told me that during a sleepover, Connor and 3 other guys I had known from school had planned to take and end Ella Davis. They also decided that Ella Davis's parents would meet the same ends, if they got in the way of everything. It was a concise plan, and they even managed to steal guns from their families. It should be noted that of these boys, they were around normal height for their age. All except one named Sean. Sean was shorter and plumper than the others, and at the sleepover was assaulted by one of the 2 other guys, sexually. He was given the role of lookout. One night, they ended up going over to Ella Davis's house after stealing the weapons from their families, but were spooked away by the family dog. Sean ended up caving in and going to the authorities, despite his role in conspiring to do these horrible things. And as far as I know, he wasn't charged, and he returned to school. Connor was charged as a juvenile. The other 2 were charged as adults for what happened, as well as the assault on Sean. When I found all of this out, all I could have thought about was the fact that it could have been me instead of Ella Davis, considering that Connor had that big crush on me and wanted my shoes. This scenario kept replaying in my head for the rest of the day. How did this dude from my class who wanted my cringy emo shoes turn out like this? Since moving away, I haven't really thought about this. I only just thought about it when I was like, have I ever had a let's not meet moment? My family still visits my grandparents on the holidays sometimes. So Connor, the next time I'm in town, please, let's never meet again. Set the Wayback Machine to late summer/early autumn of 2001. I was 19 and had just transferred from the big city college I went to for my freshman year to the college in the small town near where I grew up. I was attempting to keep the relationship with my high school sweetheart going, but surprise surprise it failed not long after. Anyway, I digress. Not long after I started there, I met the man who would soon become my best friend, and remains so to this day, Jimmy. We'd first meet up at some stupid lock-in event, and had kept talking after that. I wouldn't call us friends at this point, but we were good enough acquaintances that he invited me to attend a White Wolf gaming session he ran. Well, as a nerd who played D&D and Magic the Gathering all the way through high school, I leapt at the opportunity. So we do the adventure, and then afterwards, Jimmy asks me if I'll help him park his car. Jimmy and everyone else who had a car that lived in the dorm parked in the dorm lot on weekends, as the dorm lot was free to use Friday night through Sunday evening. You needed to have a plan for your car though during the weekdays. This town has permit parking, and the permits are only available to permanent residents, i.e. not college kids. This was to prevent the cars the students would bring to school from clogging up the town street parking. The school had a big student lot, but it was a joke. It was just a big unpaved gravel lot, way beyond the campus boundaries, that had no security and was basically the Wild West. Everyone who ever had to use it hated it. Plus, the school charged an obscene amount of money for a pass. So Jimmy's solution was to drive his car out beyond the boundaries of the permit parking to the outer part of town, away from the college, and park on the street there for free. It was a long walk back, but he didn't mind. Today though, he asked me if I'd follow him in my car to where he parks and give him a ride back, since it was Sunday evening, and everyone had to get their cars out of the dorm before morning. I didn't have a problem with parking, since like I said I grew up there, and my grandma lived in town, so I could just park in her garage. So we load up in the decrepit old family minivan that Jimmy's parents had given him when he went off to school, and they had brought a new vehicle. And we drive the few blocks to my grandmother's house, where I get my car and proceed to follow him out where he parks. My car wasn't exactly a banger either. It was a 1989 Ford Country Squire. You know, one of the giant old station wagons that were basically long steel tanks with faux wood grain on the side. This street ran up a hill. As we're proceeding up it, I noticed two little girls walking up it on the other side of the road. I'd estimate one to be 9 or 10 and the other to be 6 or 7. As we approach, they look behind them and speed up their pace. Jimmy pulls off at the first available spot on the street, which happens to be right beside where the girls are walking. I stop my car right by his van, just a few feet from these girls. So now picture the situation from the girls' point of view. They are out for a walk, their heads doubtlessly filled all their lives with tales of stranger danger and creepy men in old cars looking to snatch away children, and they have just seen not one, but 2 old junkers, one of them a van with curtains in the back window, that followed them up the street and abruptly stopped right next to them. The girls in unison just start hauling ass. I mean, they're booking it at full sprint, as fast as their little legs could carry them, as they charge up the hill and turn down the first side street. Jimmy gets out of his van, looks after them for a second, and then gets in my car. We exchange a look. "Do they think we're..." he begins. "Yeah, dude. They think that we're totally trying to take them." There's a moment of silence, and then we both just lose it laughing. We probably sit idling for 15 to 20 seconds, howling with laughter, before I manage to choke out, "We should probably get the hell out of here before the cops arrive," and off we go. I can never think of the sight of those poor 2 girls running away up the street from what they imagined to be weirdo takers without a chuckle. Those girls have to be in their mid to late 20s now. So ladies, on the off chance one of you hears this and recognizes yourself, I'm sorry, we didn't mean to scare you, but you've given Jimmy and I an amusing anecdote we often share. When I was around 14, there was this guy that seemed to be around my age that used to be in my neighborhood. He didn't stay out there, but he had family that did. He was baby-faced, light-eyed and kind of quiet, but he would talk to me. He didn't really play with us, he just kind of stood there watching us as we played. Maybe a family member told him to keep an eye out on his younger cousins. He would flirt with me from time to time, but I didn't think much of it. I think he had a crush on me. I think I might have had a crush on him at some point too as well. I remember one particular time he kissed me. It might have been more than just that one time, but I can't remember. And one of the neighborhood teenagers that was around my age and basically looked out for everyone on the block had said something to him along the lines of, "What did I tell you about messing with these young girls?" I just assumed he must have been around 16 and didn't think much of it. We would take walks around the block and talk. We would hang out every once in a while. Sometimes he would knock on my door or ring the doorbell for me to come outside. I think I might have even rode with him to a 7-Eleven a few times. Then I guess he either stopped coming around or I just became too old to play outside. Years passed and I did not run into him, or if I did, it wasn't often. This year I was coming home and he saw me park my car. He was driving down the street and he stopped his car and got out. He kind of cornered me between the car door and my car, saying stuff like, "Hey, it's been a while. We should catch up." Nothing really seemed out of the ordinary, but his eyes just seemed crazy. It was like he was looking right through me. He didn't really have an expression on his face. Something just seemed off. I got this weird vibe from him. I remember asking him what his Instagram was, just in case I needed to show someone what he looked like, and he said he wasn't on there because of his job. Yeah, sure. I also knew that I was friends with his younger cousin on Instagram, so I figured I would just look at her page and see if she had any pictures of him show up. So I just went along with that, and as I slowly tried to move closer to my door, I went into the house and tried to shake this vibe that I felt from him. That night, he called me and asked if I wanted to go to the beach to walk around and catch up. Before I could even give a response, he asked, "Do you trust me?" Now, even though I trusted him before he asked, which I didn't, I'm damn sure didn't trust him now. Who just asks that out of the blue anyway? "Well, that's a weird question to ask. I'll have to call you back." He immediately got mad at me for saying I wanted to get off the phone. It was kind of like a switch went off. I assured him that I was going to call him back, which I didn't, and he finally calmed down and I managed to hang up. He began texting me things like, "What do you like about me?" I think I responded something along the lines of, "I haven't seen you in over 14 years. You might not even be the same person." He proceeds to tell me what he liked about me. I did not even know what made me ask him, but I asked him how old he was. My stomach felt like I was on a roller coaster when I read his response. He said he was 37. Now, I'm 29, which means he is 8 years older than me. That meant that when I was 14, he was 22. This whole time, I thought he was only a few years older than me at most, and he was 8. That's when I started to realize that his, for lack of a better term, infatuation with me was not as innocent as I once thought. Now, throughout the years, I've had a problem with someone being outside my window. On one particular night about 4 years ago, my ex-boyfriend was drunk and mad that I wouldn't come outside to talk to him. He was outside my window trying to get me to go out. Then all of a sudden I heard 2 voices outside. Shortly after that, I heard my then boyfriend tell me to come outside, but it sounded like he sobered up in an instant. I told him no, and he told me that it was serious. When I finally went out, he told me that a guy was cutting through my neighbor's yard to hop my fence into my backyard. But because it was dark, he didn't see my then boyfriend until he was closer to him. My then boyfriend said something along the lines of, "What are you doing?" And the guy started to stumble over his words, saying he was just cutting through to get to the other side of the block. But he turned around and went back in the direction he came. So I just explained that because I don't even know what connected the 2 incidents in my mind. But I went to his account Instagram page and found a picture of him and texted it to my ex before I could even explain why I was sending him the picture. and, without me even saying anything, he replied, "That's the guy that tried to get into your backyard." My stomach sunk so far into my ass I thought I'd never eat again. Then he said, "I know this is gonna sound crazy, but I remember his eyes." I never saw him again after this whole "do you trust me" thing, but I shudder to think that even though we weren't in contact all these years, that he might have been outside my window on different occasions. So creepy guy that I thought was my friend, that ended up being a lot older than I thought. Let's not meet again. I am not a social person, especially to family, and I'm a little estranged with my mother, despite the fact I still live with her, and I still love and care for her. I wanted to get her something as it was Mother's Day, and told her I was going out and would be back in time for dinner. She told me that she didn't want me to leave, and that it was too dangerous right now. You see, my mum can get paranoid and worried easily, so I shrugged it off and told her I wanted to walk to the store anyway. Rite Aid is very convenient for most things, and I like going there. Plus, the one I go to has an ATM, and I can get there in 10 to 15 minutes at walking distance from my house. I walked into the Rite Aid, and I had to wait for an employee so I can select perfume for my mum. Waiting there, a creep walks straight towards me, asking me if I know where the towels were. It was a simple, normal question. I told him I didn't know, but pointed out where I thought the towels would have been. Then he stood there looking at me briefly until the employee showed up to unlock the perfume. The creep left. I didn't really think much about it at the time, because I was killing time on my phone. Like, he could have asked the employee where the towels were, because I'm just an unsure customer. Then again, I didn't tell him I was waiting for the employee, so I told the employee I'm just gonna get a gift card, bag, and stuffing paper. The creep was standing at a distance, looking at me while I was walking towards his direction. Then, without stopping to talk, I just asked him, "Did you find the towels?" And he said that he did. Then I walked past him, and that's when he started following me, asking me these questions: what my name was, what my last name was, if I lived around here, and what was my address, and he thought I was very pretty, apparently, and asked as well if he could come by and visit me. All of these questions while I'm trying to avoid him, and he's still following me around the store. He didn't have at least one towel or anything. Then I started thinking about the objective: get out and go home. Then he began groaning and breathing heavily, standing behind me, and then he walked away and left the store. Whatever, I was kind of confused, but I didn't want to know what he was doing behind me. I still just don't know what to think about it. I told the employee what happened, and all he had to say was, "I know, I saw." And then I asked if he's still out there. He vanished, so I called my cousin. She picked me up, and I had told her what happened. We went to our grandmother's house first, because I wanted to visit her also for Mother's Day. I looked out the window, and I saw a car sitting out there in the middle of the street. Then it drove away. I thought I was being paranoid until the second encounter. Now, before I mention this, there's a speculation of mine that he's probably been to my house. My grandma is neighbored behind my house, and we both live in the first row, so there's a possibility he could have been parked somewhere nearby. Because back in August, I was checking if everything was locked up, and I heard breathing. There's a joke between my mum and me that either the garage is haunted or there's someone in the house, and I asked her if her boyfriend was sleeping in the garage, and she told me he was not. So at this point, we kinda searched the house, and our house is pretty small, so there's nowhere to hide. We didn't bother to check the backyard, and I was standing at the sliding door when I heard breathing, but I was still standing near the garage too. It's scary because I'll never know if it was him or if it was all in my head. But my mum also heard something that night too. Now, could it be possible? It could have been him. My second encounter happened just after Christmas. I got back in touch with a friend and we had been talking, and I decided to call him on my walk to Rite Aid. It's been a while, and I mean I've been taking walks and thought the creeper had been long gone, but I still kept my guard up in case of other creepers too. Anyway, I told my friend I'd talk to him when I get back home. I look to my right because I see a car driving at my walking pace, and it was the Rite Aid creeper at eye level. He gave me eye contact with an ominous grin/smile on his face, with his tinted windows being sealed shut. Then, it's like he knew, so he drove straight into the parking lot right near Rite Aid. He didn't stop me. I got what I needed and exited. His car parked right behind me, so I ran straight into the grocery store next to Rite Aid and stayed there until I saw his car drive out and blended to the streets. I just walked home, pretended like the second encounter never happened. What would he have done if I hadn't have caught him in the act? Has he been stalking me? I'm not going to shelter myself at home in fear. There's no way. So Rite Aid creeper, let's not meet a third time. I live in Trinidad, and am a girl. I was 15 when I was in 11th grade because I'd skipped a year in primary school, so I was a year younger than most of the other kids in the class. When I was in that grade, I was not exactly the most healthy or athletic person, but I genuinely enjoyed PE class, and I liked to run around in the gym and play games and such. So when I had to pick courses for semester 1 of grade 11, I made sure to pick PE just like I had done for grades 9 and 10. I was a little shocked when I got to the first day of PE and found out that our old PE teacher had gone back to Canada because his work term here was over. He had been with the school for 4 years, so it was understandable once someone told me that he hadn't gotten fired. We met our new PE teacher. He looked to be around 30-something, with light skin, blue eyes and blonde hair that was shaved on the sides and styled but short on top. A lot of the girls immediately liked him and said he was handsome, but I didn't see it because I wasn't really interested. This PE teacher liked to take us on walks and runs, so he would leave the school at lunchtime in a bus and come back as school was ending, since PE was last period. One time we went to a place that was known for its howler monkeys. It was a paved path through a forest, and it went up and around a hill. We started walking with the PE teacher in the back. When we reached as far as we could go in that time, we turned around and began going back down the trail. I was slow and not very fit, and I was in the back with my teacher the whole way down, and we were talking about what we knew about the howler monkeys and animals in general. I was an animal nerd growing up, so I had a bit of things to talk about. I was so happy to get to talk to an adult and have them take me seriously. I know it's kind of dumb, but I'm the oldest grandchild to a very traditional Chinese grandfather, and I'm a girl, not like the son he wanted. He pushed me to get good grades and never really wanted to talk to me, and my parents were always working, so I just wanted a grown-up to actually listen to what I had to say. On the bus ride back, I sat in front of the bus so that we could continue talking. I only got more attached to him when he let me talk his ear off about whatever I was obsessed with at the time, which was usually some comic book, TV show or movie. I think at the time it was either Transformers or Pokemon, but whatever it was, he let me actually talk about it. I didn't see anything wrong with that at the time, as I was always in the back of the group during our walks, and so was he, so figured we may as well talk. He liked to touch my hair sometimes, but I was used to that, because my hair was so long that it went past my butt. After a few days of just walking and going places to do jogs, we played field hockey. We did it with 2 teams, and our teacher playing as just someone who could pick teams as he played. He was kind of like a third team on his own. He would help the losing team score points, and I don't think it was coincidence that the losing team was mine, seeing how non-athletic I am. It was during this game that the other girls started to see something wrong with the way the teacher played. He would pat the girls on the butt with his hockey stick in order to get them to jump or get startled, leaving the ball open for him to steal. The girls later were complaining that what he was doing was gross and wrong, but I said that I didn't really see anything wrong with it. It took me time to realize that he really shouldn't have been doing that. The realization came when he started to use his hand to pinch the girls' butts next, instead of tapping them with the stick. Next thing I knew, the dude was fired. One of the girls must have told the principal or something. At the time, I was actually upset he wasn't there anymore, but looking back on that now, and knowing that I felt the way I did makes me feel disgusted. Grade 11 PE teacher? Let's never meet again. I was a shy, conservative, religious, sheltered college kid, whose social interactions are very dependent on school-related activities. Today I'm still pretty shy, conservative, but not so religious. Currently a NEET, and I barely have social interactions nowadays, but I digress. This happened 5 years ago. Being the religious person that I was then, I had requested that my family and I attend Mass on the last Sunday of the year. Sunday came, and Mum was the only one willing to accompany me. We attended the last Mass of the day, which was 6 or 7 in the evening, because it was too hot in the afternoon, and I cannot be bothered to wake up early for the morning Mass. When we arrived, the Mass had already commenced. All of the pews were occupied, so we stood at the very back of the church. The Mass itself was pretty average, except for a lady in the back of the church who fainted in the middle of the priest's homily. I didn't feel anything was wrong during the whole Mass. Usually, after Mass, when the priest would be standing before the altar, people would regularly approach him to receive his blessing. I had planned to do that, meaning I had to cross the whole length of the church to get to the priest. As I walked on the aisle, I suddenly felt like I was being followed. In the years after this incident, I felt what being followed by friends trying to catch up on me feels like, and it did not match what I felt as I was walking down the aisle. I was hoping that my instincts were wrong, but was quickly disproved, when a man came up on my left side. He was taller than I was. I'm 5'2", and he was easily 5'7". I couldn't pinpoint his age, but I can guess he was older than I was, maybe early 20s. I didn't know who this person was, and didn't know what he wanted from me. He then started to ask me personal questions, like my name, my age, where I lived. I knew that I was lacking in social skills, but I know following a person around a church at night and flooding them with personal questions is not a great way to make friends. At this point, I was uncomfortable. I was still far from the priest, but was too polite to simply ignore him. I replied to his questions, but all my replies were either false or vague, i.e., I gave him a fake name, different age, and when I approached the priest, I tried to get his attention, to maybe get the guy to leave me alone. But the priest Looked like he didn't even care whose forehead his knuckles were touching at the time. Feeling betrayed, I turned to look at the other people nearby, but everyone else had their attention on their own business. Can't really blame them for that. My last resort was of course my mother. I turned around and speed-walked my way to the back of the church. But as I neared the spot Mum and I stayed at earlier, she was no longer there. I panicked and started to frantically look around. The guy was still following me, now asking me where I went to school. I didn't want to talk to him anymore, and I didn't want him near me either. In my panic searching for my mother, I caught a glimpse of her form sitting at one of the pews at the back. I darted straight to her and squeezed my words out with no pause, that I was being followed and that we needed to book it out of the church. Mum, understandably surprised, looked at me, and then the guy who was still by my side, then back at me. She then stood up, took my hand, and walked me straight out of church. By the time we got to the car, my heart was racing, and I was shaking a little. Being the nice person that I was, I tried to rationalize that maybe the guy really had good intentions, and Mum would tell me the guy was probably just awkward or socially inept. But everyone else who I shared this story with thought otherwise. For a time, I wouldn't go near that area without my brother, and pretty much lost my dedication to my faith over time due to this experience. Even though this happened when I was about 2 years old, I can relive it in my head like it was yesterday. This was also one of the first things I remember. I was at a family Italian restaurant with just my mum, as my dad was on a business trip to England. The memory is so vivid, I can even remember that it was a Wednesday night and that I had just finished my spaghetti. It was family night, and the restaurant had brought in a clown to dance and make balloon animals for the children. He was over at the other side of the room doing the chicken dance with 5 or 6 other kids. I begged my mum to go dance with the clown, and she finally caved. I run over there and start doing my thing, flailing my arms around and such. But then the clown stops dancing. He then looks at me for a few seconds, and at the time, I was unable to sense malice in any other human being. But his face burns in my brain, and after thinking about it as an adult, I'll just say with the face he gave me, he wasn't going to just make me a balloon animal. After a few seconds, he walks calmly over to me, picks me up, after bouncing me up and down a few times, and makes sure I wasn't going to scream for my parents, and he breaks into a sprint and runs out the door. Luckily for me, and unluckily for Bozo, although I can't remember what he was called over the years, I just ended up calling him Bozo, my mum had been watching me the whole time. She also happens to be a powerlifter in high school and had been kickboxing for years. She grabs me and slammed his face off of a car door, but while she was checking on me, Bozo ran off into the night. I'll never know if it was just the chaos of the moment or the fear, but for some reason my mum didn't call the cops, and I never saw him again. These days, I usually tell the story for laughs or occasionally in a game of truth or dare, but I've never let my friends know that this story haunts me. I can't count the number of nights I didn't sleep thinking about how close I came to unspeakable things happening to me. How close I came to being found in a dumpster a few days later. How close I came to being another one of Bozo's, well, I can only assume, young victims. As I got older, the more dangerous I realized the situation was. It's been 17 years since, and I still think about it. On the plus side though, he was the reason I took up martial arts and subsequently found the love of my life. Obviously, I hope I never see Bozo again. And if you're hearing this, I'm the kid that got away. Let's not meet again, because if we do, you're gonna get a lot more than a car door to the face. For context, I have some drug-addicted neighbors. My front door faces the corner of their house, and I can see part of the front and backyard. One of the wilder memories I have of my neighbor Beth is when her youngest son of 3, Damien, came over and shyly knocked on the door. I was the one to answer, and looked down at him and asked what's up. He looked up at me and asked to borrow my phone. Barely as soon as the words left his mouth, something catches my eye, and I focus over his shoulder to see Frank, the eldest son, fly back and lie on the ground. I hear an angry yell, and Louis, the middle-aged son, rushes out and punches Frank. By now, Mum can hear the fighting and begins to dial 911 and stands next to me to watch. Frank shoves Louis away, and just then Beth runs out and starts shrieking at Frank to stop. He swoops down and gets a brick from the stepping path thrown at her. He misses. Beth stopped screaming, and Louis tries to punch Frank again, and then Frank grabs Damien's skateboards and flings it at him. He misses, and the skateboard went through the front window, breaking it. There's more screaming, but then Frank runs back towards the house, snatches Damien's baseball bat, jumps through the broken window and disappears into the house. Both Beth and Louis come over, and we waited for the cops and started hearing repeated shattering noises as things get broken. The police come, and he splits once more, where he hopped the brick wall into my yard and then to the people behind. They eventually caught him on the next block. Once the police confirmed that he was arrested, Damien, Louis and Beth head back inside. Not too long after, Damien comes back over while Louis and Beth were giving their statement. He looks crushed, and what he told me broke my heart. My computer tower, my monitor, my TV, and the Xbox 360 that I had given him for Christmas once I got a PS4 were broken. I couldn't believe it. What a scumbag. Beth told me later that Frank said he did it because Damien had asked us to call the cops. He was also coming down from a bender on cocaine, which explains, well, everything. This literally just happened. I got out of work at 6:30 p.m. and went to McDonald's to get an iced coffee. I pull up to the drive-thru, and there's a red truck in front of me with a cap on the bed. It's super wide, so I can't see their mirrors, and thus can't get a glimpse of who's inside. I'm minding my own business, listening to unsolved mysteries on YouTube, when I see the red truck has pulled up to the second pickup window. You know, there's the window where you pay, and then there's the other window where you get your food. I didn't think anything of it, and just assumed they had a big order, and the McDonald's employee asked them to pull up so that I could get my iced coffee. I look up and see the truck reverse lights coming on. Okay, they must have pulled up a little too far, and they're backing up a little. No big deal. They keep backing up without signaling to me that they are backing up. I slowly back up too. Luckily, no one is behind me. They keep backing up and backing up until they are finally parked at the first pickup window now. The McDonald's employee looks out the window at me, shrugs and gives me a look like, I don't know why they did that. A few minutes go by. At this point, I'm just thinking how strange and how not part of common etiquette it was to back up without signaling to anyone you need to do so. They could have easily hit me hard had I not been looking straight. Curious as to what they were doing, now 5 minutes gone by. No one is being given any food. I just want my iced coffee, so I'm kind of annoyed that they backed up, thinking maybe they were told to go to the second window since I only need the coffee. But they suddenly felt like refusing to do so would get McDonald's to get them their food faster, and thus they backed up to the first pickup window? I don't know. I continue to sit there and wait for my food, when I see the passenger door to the truck open. Out comes an older man of about 65 to 70. He was wearing light khaki-colored overalls and a dirty white t-shirt. He starts walking towards my car and I'm thinking, maybe he's going to apologize to me for not signaling that they need to back up. He gets to my passenger side window, turns so he's facing it head on and just stares at me. I'm waiting for him to signal to put my window down, thinking he had something to say, but he doesn't do anything. He just stands there and stares. He starts to lift his hand towards the door handle, and I quickly lock the door. He scowls and walks back to the truck, and gets back into the passenger side. They immediately drive away the second he closes his door. They didn't get any food. They didn't get anything. They just left. I pulled up to the drive-thru to finally get my iced coffee. It's been over 10 minutes at this point, and I head home. At this point, I have more questions than answers. Why did they back up without signaling? Why did they need to back up at all? Why did he get out of his truck? Why was he about to open my door? Why did he not say anything? Why wouldn't they get their food and drinks? It might not be the creepiest thing to happen to someone, but this whole ordeal made me feel so anxious I was shaking the entire ride home. I just wish I had some understanding as to what exactly happened here. I recently switched from an Android phone to an iPhone, so I had to switch out the SIM card because the old one did not match with the new phone. I was told to go to my service provider's shop so that an assistant could help me put in a new SIM card on my new phone and maybe transfer all my contacts. When I went in, I saw this guy sitting and waiting to be serviced. He started talking to me, and I treated him nicely until he was called to be serviced. He was done while I was still waiting in line, so instead of leaving, this guy actually came up to me and began talking to me again. At first it was light stuff, like asking me what was wrong with my phone, but then it quickly escalated. He asked me when I was free so that we could go get a pizza. I replied that I was too busy with exams at the moment, and instead of relenting, he asked me to list all the dates of my upcoming exams in order for us to go on a date another time. I said that I have a boyfriend and that I do not really want to meet up with him. However, he kept insisting that there would be nothing wrong with it, and we would just be eating and drinking wine. I told him I was uncomfortable with the idea of meeting a stranger so much older than me, alone, yet he said that it was only a date, and I quote, "We'll see what happens after." I was very creeped out at this point, because this man wasn't relenting at all, so I told him plainly to please leave me alone, and that I didn't want to talk to him. He grabbed my arm, and please note, this was in a store at 2 p.m. with at least 10 other people. The guard was a tiny woman who later told me she just assumed we were together. I made a scene, called over the guard and started yelling at this man, saying that he was harassing me, and she asked him to leave or the police would be called, and he promptly left. He had a confused look on his face, so I don't think he realized how creepy he had acted. Everyone in the store just stared at me because I really just made a scene yelling, but I wanted him gone. They told me to report him to the police, but I didn't know his name, and the employees couldn't tell me because of data protection. I really hope to not meet that creep again. This was years ago, when I was 19 years old and working at a phone store. I was closing up for the night alone, when a man walked into the store before I could lock up. He then turned around, locked the door himself, and switched the sign to closed. I knew right then and there that I was being robbed. He looked at me with a hand in his jacket and says, "I want a phone, and I don't want to pay." I give this dude the biggest grin and say, "Whatever you want, boss." and I immediately walked to get him the newest iPhone, because he came off as an iPhone guy to me. Though I do remember being really annoyed that he dragged in a bunch of mud and water through the store. The dude was soaking wet because it was raining, and I was livid that I'd have to mop the floor again. You think of strange things in these situations. He then starts talking about how he has a gun, which was unneeded as I got the hint, and also begins talking about how he wants the phone hooked up with service. I found this to be an extremely odd request coming from the guy robbing me. I mean, you'd think he'd just tell me to give him all the money and phones in the store, but then I realized why he made this request. He starts screaming at the alarm on the wall, and I mean really screaming. I realize immediately this guy was on drugs, and I might die in this store tonight. I get this man an account, hook everything up, and I just wanted to give him what he wanted and get him out. As I'm doing this, he's walking around out of curiosity, grabs a ball, crumples a paper over it, and unlocks the door, and buries it. He then comes back inside and says, "Don't worry, it'll grow into something much better." I could see all of it because the entire front of the store was glass. I just give him a weak chuckle and went with it. But then someone else pulls up into the store. It was my mum. She was picking me up because that very morning I had gotten into an accident and totaled my car. So she was going to drive me back to my place until I got a rental. After a little bit, she called the police because she knew something was wrong and correctly assumed I was being robbed. By the way, the whole process took forever. My life was on the line and I couldn't hook up the phone any faster than I'd like to. So, the guy is obviously complaining. Finally, I got his phone hooked up. He walked out the store and let his dog out the car and started driving crazy around the parking lot until the cops showed up. I bought a lottery ticket on that day, convinced that I used up all my bad luck for the year in a day. I still didn't win. I was around the age of 13 when this happened, and the creep in question was a senior in high school. When I was in middle school, I was like most other girls, meaning I loved getting attention from older guys. Not much older, but definitely out of middle school. I was also really into anime. I had an anime iFunny account that was kind of popular at the time, since I was invited into a group chat with some other accounts, which is where I met the creep. First red flag that I didn't notice, when I first joined the group to my knowledge, and everyone else, he was a girl. The group was about 5 people including me. Eventually he confessed that he wasn't really a girl. He just claimed it was easier to speak to people this way. He announced this not long after talking to me outside of the group chat we all had. A couple of months into talking with me, I reminded him that I was only 13, and he didn't seem to care, which was the second red flag. The final red flag was that he would openly talk to me about sitting on his lap in group chats, even though all the other people knew I was young and found this really creepy and inappropriate. He eventually started manipulating me a ton. He would tell me how beautiful I was. He would talk to me about doing it all the time, and he would also mention his fantasies. He would use me as material for his own sick, private time. And he was into humiliation. So he would get mad, so I would say something mean about him so he could get off on it. The worst way he used me was by making me send naked pictures of myself. I've always been a kind and caring person, and he took advantage of that. He would threaten to end his own life if I didn't send him some. This happened so many times, it had gotten to a point that he had made me believe I trusted him. I'm a senior in high school now, but this man has ruined me. I'm more unsocial now, and I have serious trust issues. It's taken me a long time to get over this, and I'm not still completely over it. This is one of the first times I was able to express this and not cry. I hope to never meet the guy who ruined my childhood. When I was in high school, I had a huge crush on a guy a few years older than me. He was on the boys' basketball team, and I was on the girls' team. I would always try to get him to play basketball with me at our town's outdoor basketball court. He usually declined. One night, in the middle of winter, he asked if I wanted to come play one-on-one with him. I thought it was weird he wanted to play basketball in the middle of the night in winter, so I had my friend come with me. She got bored quickly, and he was being really flirty with me, so I agreed she could leave. He assured her he would drive me back to her house, which is where I was spending the night. And 30 minutes later, I'm freezing and ask him to take me back. We get into his car, and he tells me he has to warm the car up before we can leave. He's on his phone for about 10 minutes, and we're sitting there in silence. Out of nowhere, he starts telling me about one of his fetishes and how he gets off on physically causing other people pain. He said that no one really knew the real him, and if they did, it would scare the living crap out of most people. I started becoming uncomfortable at this point and asks if we can go. He pulls out the parking lot and begins driving the opposite direction of my friend's house. We lived in a small town, and he drives about 5 miles out of town and turns onto a gravel road. He tells me he's going to take me to meet someone he thinks would really like me. He then tells me I seem like the type of girl who would like being submissive to a bunch of men, and he wouldn't even have me beg for it. So I'm getting really freaked out at this point. I'm looking for my cell phone and remember I had left it at my friend's house to charge. I start asking him questions to distract him, and I'm finally able to get my hands on his phone when he stops at the shack in the middle of nowhere. He isn't aware that I have his phone at this point and tells me to get out the car because his friends are waiting inside and we don't want to make them mad. I dial 911 and tell him if he doesn't take me back to my friend, I'm calling the police right then. He looks shocked and then starts laughing hysterically. He tried to convince me it was all a big joke and he wanted to see how I would react. I held his phone with 911 ready to go the entire ride back to my friend's. Once he pulled into the driveway, I got out of the car and he rolled down the window and said, "I would really appreciate it if you never tell anyone about this," and peeled away. I was 15 years old and should have called the cops, but I was young and dumb. This story happened to me a few years ago, when I was 19 years old. I'm female and used to live in the suburb, and in order to get to school I had to walk to the main boulevard to catch the bus, which is mostly a commercial area with shops, garages and gas stations and the like. One morning at around 9, I was almost at the bus stop when a guy comes out of nowhere and asks me something. I was listening to some music, so thinking he was asking for directions, I took off my earphones and asked him to repeat. He told me that he was a soap representative and asked me if he could have a look at my hands. Now the guy did not look like a professional representative at all. My gut feeling was already sensing something was wrong. He was an overweight middle-aged man with dirty blonde hair, and he was wearing a blue t-shirt with stains. I was standing there puzzled by the question, and he just asked me again to see my hands. I raised them slowly, and he grabbed them and started to examine them. That's when I saw all the blisters on his hands. There were dozens of cuts with some yellow dried up body fluid. Up to now, I'd never seen anything like this. I quickly took my hands away and he told me that mine were dry and that I could really use some good soap. He then asked me if I wanted to go back to his car to have a look at the soap and maybe buy some. I refused, told him I wasn't interested and that I was in a hurry, and walked away. I rushed to school, just looking at my hands hoping I didn't catch some strange disease. I washed them at least 3 times and told my friends at school about the entire encounter, and we laughed it off as I always meet weird people and have curious stories to share. Fast forward 2 years later. I spent the night at a friend's house in another neighborhood. We drank all night, and I have a solid hangover. My friend teaches tennis to kids early in the morning, so he drops me off at a stop in front of the commercial center. It's Saturday at 7 a.m., and there's no one in sight, and I sit down and wait for the bus. Suddenly, someone arrives behind me and asks me if I would like to buy some soap. I recognize the guy from 2 years ago. I get up, quickly tell him that I recognize him, and he gets really uncomfortable. He tells me that it's really unlikely and that it was probably a colleague. I tell him there's no mistake. I met him 2 years ago and specify where. He stares at me blankly, turns around and runs to his old rusty car. He sped off and drove away. My heart was pounding, and I could not believe that it happened again. Eventually the bus arrived, and I returned home. 10 years later, I still regret not running after him and looking at his number plate. I don't know what he would have done if I had gone with him. Maybe he just had a weird hand fetish, but he surely looked like an incredibly suspicious individual. And those hands were still blistered and haunt me to this day. Let's never meet again. My girlfriend and I were sleeping one night, when all of a sudden my girlfriend woke me up, saying she was hearing noises in our kitchen. I laid there listening for a few seconds, and then I started hearing the noises as well. It sounded like someone was rummaging through our cabinets. I told my girlfriend to stay in the bedroom and have a call to 911 ready, in case anything happened. She said that she was going to go ahead and call now, but I told her not to yet, and I really regret saying this. I came out to the kitchen and saw a man standing there looking through our cabinets. I asked him who he was and why he was in my house. He turned around quickly, and that's all I remember. Someone attacked me from behind. I felt something cold and sharp enter my back 4 times before I blacked out. I was stabbed multiple times in the back and my neck. I have a total of 14 stab wounds, 8 in my neck and shoulder area, and 13 are in my back. There was more than just one person in there with us. I woke up in the hospital a few weeks later. I was told everything that happened that night and answered several questions for the police. This is what happened. Our home was robbed. They took all our valuables and our cabinets, and the fridge was completely emptied out, and of course we were attacked. I was told the most devastating news I've ever heard. My girlfriend didn't make it. She managed to call 911 after hearing me scream, but she never got to talk. The operator heard the whole thing happen in that room. She was stabbed 28 times. She was unrecognizable after, and they even killed our 2 British bulldogs. I wish I told her to just go ahead and dial 911 there and then. I wish I was more aware of what was going on. The people who did this were never caught. I didn't see a face. The house was pitch black, and there were absolutely no leads. I still can't walk. I may be in a wheelchair for the rest of my life, and I had to move back in with my parents because I can't do anything on my own anymore. I try to remember more from that night, but I honestly can't, and I will never mentally recover from this. To the people who did this to us, I hope you do get caught. You ruined my life. You took away the love of my life. She was about to start a new job as a registered nurse. I will forever love her, and in turn hate the people who did this. Please, don't make the same mistake I did. If you hear something suspicious going on at any time, always make the call to 911 first. It could save your life. I live in a town where there is a certain breed of people, like a mix of rednecks, beach bums, like every town. Anyway, I'm a male. The shenanigans started in Texas beach bum town. I live in a part that is separated by a highway. One area with middle class and some low class, with sporadic bits of high class, and the other side of the highway with low-income houses and shanties. The shanty part has had some meth labs blow up, houses built out of 2x4s and wood, and I was sitting at the house. It was a normal day, and I decided to make some tortilla soup, but was missing the tortilla chips and the coriander. I asked my mother, who was sitting on the couch watching another Hallmark show, if I could take her card to get some ingredients, to which she begrudgingly said yes. So I take her car to the big box grocery store and get some tortillas, and thinking that it was going to make a damn good spicy soup with the right amount of sauciness and spices, little did I know how spicy it was going to get. I then left the grocery store thinking how good the soup was going to be, when my mother called me and told me to put some gas in her car. I mean, she drives a Ford Focus, and it doesn't really use that much gas, but at least it doesn't take meth, which leads me to my next part. I go to the gas station during the busy part of the day and stood in line for about 15 minutes. I gave this lady $15, filled up the gas station from half tank, when this lady kept staring at me from behind a gas pump. I was feeling more and more uncomfortable. At the time I was around 18, and she had to have been in her mid-50s. She would look at me and smile, and then stare more with this drugged-out look which sent shivers down my spine. This continued for about another 5 minutes, because the drugged-up lady, dressed like a high schooler with messed-up teeth and the typical meth head look, and ended up approaching me. She said I was hot, and put her hand on my chest. I tried to throw back away from her and was completely getting creeped out, and she would follow me around and wouldn't let me go to the car. I had to converse with her on foot for about 15 minutes. I was finally able to distract her, to get just enough time to sneak into the car and drive home. Please, let's never meet again. This happened when I was about 13. Me and my friends, a group of boys, were all from relatively small villages, and we loved the few times a year that we all got to go into the nearest city together and look at the comic book store. One particular time, our group split up into 2 pairs, and I went with my friend to the bank. While he was inside, I sat on a bench outside and waited. While I was there, a thin, bald man approached me and sat down next to me. He spoke in a German accent and carried a briefcase and started asking me if I believed in God. I told him that I went to a Church of England primary school, but that I wasn't religious and didn't really know what I believed. He proceeded to open his briefcase and started showing me tons of leaflets and flyers and motivational religious images, trying to be polite. I spoke to him and listened. After a while, he told me that he had some leaflets in his car to show me, and that he was parked nearby. I told him that I wouldn't go with him, but I would wait on the bench if he really wanted to show me. He started getting very persistent, and I felt uncomfortable. Eventually, my friend came out of the bank, and the German guy said that we should both go with him to his car because he could show us some really interesting stuff. We kept saying no, and thankfully a couple saw that we were in a sticky situation and came over to ask if we were okay. This seemed to scare the guy off, and he backed away. When we started to walk back to meet our friends, we noticed he was following us. Luckily, the kind couple were keeping an eye on us and told us that they would make sure that we got back to safety. They put themselves between us and the German guy, and eventually, he stopped following them. To this day, I'm very grateful the couple intervened and stayed close. It's been nearly 20 years, and I hope to never meet him again. It's my third day of my internship in a shop selling wooden furniture. It's really calm, and there are almost no clients here. I'm just in a corner with my PC. Today my internship supervisor was occupied with a client, so I had to answer the phone that was ringing. I really hate answering because it's only my third day here, so I can't even help if it's a client asking a question. I answered the phone, and it was an Asian man asking questions about the PC we have in the shop. I tell him I can't answer his question because I'm only an intern. He then asks me out of nowhere, "How old are you? You have a voice of a 14-year-old girl." "I'm 20, but it's none of your business." "You have an attractive voice." I was then silent for 10 seconds and he hung up. I thought it was over, and I went outside to buy lunch and come back. Guess who called back? Yup. My boss answered the phone and directly hung up, and the guy at the other side of the phone kept calling and calling. Finally, I decided to answer and told him it was inappropriate to call so much and telling me I have an attractive 14-year-old voice. He kept saying he needed to tell me something, and I was just ignoring him and told him to move on to the next client, and he only responded with, "I just want you," in a low, creepy voice. I got goosebumps and directly hung up. I really hope he doesn't call me back. In 3rd grade, I had this strange short teacher named Mrs. Todd. She was always super nice to me in class. She'd always call on me to do the funnest activities first, compliment me whenever I did something right, and was generally just very positive towards me. At the time, I thought she was perhaps my favorite person in the world, and I remember telling my mother just how much I loved Mrs. Todd. One day, I sat down at my desk and opened it to put something inside, when shockingly I saw that there was a Victoria's Secret magazine sitting in the pull-out drawer. The kid sitting next to me noticed how shocked I was. I thought I was going to get into trouble, and we started talking about how it might have got there, and almost immediately Mrs. Todd walks up and asks, "What have you got there?" I was seriously confused and told her it was sitting in my desk when I got here this morning. She looks at me and tells me that the kid sitting next to me must have put it there, and she kept repeating the statement over and over again to him and I, until I finally admitted that I guess he could have done it. Maybe a few days after that, she approached me after class, telling me about this special field trip I could go on if I kept doing well in class. It would be a trip with just her and I to the Gulf of Mexico for the weekend. I remember being really excited about it at the time. However, suddenly she got replaced, and we get this new teacher that didn't like me anywhere near as much. I was so heartbroken at the time. It wasn't until many years later that I realized how messed up this situation really was, and it still scares me. I was catching a ride home from work one day at my last job, and the guy who was taking me home was always active and spoke about how he loved his daughter and blah blah blah. Anyway, we're in the car, and I'm gonna be honest, I liked to smoke weed, Occasionally I've done other things, but nothing I would consider hardcore. As I'm sitting in this man's car, he pulled out this glass pipe and asked if I wanted a hit. I know weed, and I know what weed pipes look like. I asked him what it was because I knew it wasn't weed, and he just said, "What do you think?" This is the point I'm uncomfortable, because at the time I was on probation for felonies, and I had a great first offenders program, which I was in, and didn't want to mess it up because, yeah, who wants 2 felonies? Back to the car ride. I guessed it was a crack pipe. I'd never seen one, and also never had seen this pipe. So, that was my educated guess. And that's when the guy goes, "Do I look like a crackhead?" This guy had prison tattoos, shaved head, and a ponytail, with which I had no response, and quickly he gave me the reply, "This is meth." I quickly declined the generous offer, and thankfully I was very near my house because for the rest of the 2 minutes left on the ride was spent in very awkward and nervous silence. So today I write about you, my meth head friend, for you have showed me the difference of thy crack to thy meth head. Around 9:30 p.m, mid-August 2018, somebody came to our home and rang the doorbell. I ignored it at first, because I try not to answer for solicitors, but this person knocked on the door, so I got up to see who it was. I was hesitant to answer the door, but at the time of this incident, our parents were having their basement finished, and the workers were obnoxiously notorious for working until 9 to 10 p.m. and or leaving their tools in the basement and then showing up late in the day to retrieve them. So it wasn't completely abnormal to have people show up around this time of day. Upon answering the door, a man was standing there, seeming somewhat standoffish, which threw me off. He wasn't particularly big or scary. Skinny, 5'7"-ish, wearing jacket/jeans and a baseball cap. But he didn't look like any of the basement workers I had seen entering or exiting the house during this time period. He then said hello and proceeded to ask me if I knew a Manny O'Brien. I responded that I did not know anyone by that name, and they did not live here. But he repeated the question again, and I insisted I still did not know anyone by those names. "Do you know the names of your neighbors?" he asked, and pointed to the house just east of ours. This really stood out to me as suspicious for a few reasons. I work in the field of domestic violence, so creepy stalker behaviors are something I'm constantly analyzing, which is what my initial reaction was given to the weird interaction. Secondly, even if he was legit, who comes looking for their buddies at 9:30 p.m. on a weekday without even knowing where they live? After a second, I said I didn't know the neighbors well, but the house he pointed at was owned by someone not named Manny O'Brien. He then asked about the neighbor west of us, and I said that I was unsure about any of their names. He then asked if I was sure I didn't know anyone that worked for the company he said. And then he proceeded to say that he met a Manny O'Brien on Halloween of 2017 when he was taking his daughter trick-or-treating, and he wanted to connect with him again. That statement wasn't sitting right with me, as this felt all sorts of deja vu-esque, but I said I couldn't help him, and to maybe ask the neighbors since no one by that name lived here. He thanked me and walked away. After he left, I went and sat at the kitchen table and just kind of pondered about the dude at the door and why it wasn't sitting right with me. After a few minutes of thinking, it clicked in my head that someone approaching our house and asking, "Do you know the names of your neighbors?" had actually occurred on Halloween night, of 2017. Flashback. I was trading off answering the door with my mother and my younger sister Kate. In the middle of trick-or-treat knocks was a man who approached our home, knocked on our door, and asked if I knew the names of the neighbors, and was trying to get basic information out of them. I found this odd at the time because Kate and I had answered the door and were tripped by the fact that this random man was inquiring about the names of the neighbors on Halloween. He also approached the door by himself, so we found it even weirder that this person we had never seen before actually approached our front door alone on a night that adults are usually with their children. I rationally can't 100% confirm that it was the same man, as I don't have any photo evidence, but I would say that I'm 90% sure it was him, based primarily on the exact phrasing and repetition of, "Do you know the names of your neighbors?" Still sitting at the kitchen table, Kate and her boyfriend exit their room and go out the porch for a cigarette. Pretty soon after that, my other sister Jamie exits her room and starts making casual small talk with me. She makes a comment about me looking confused, and I said, "The weirdest thing just happened," and explained the random guy approaching the door and how I'm confident this happened on Halloween. At this point, she is just as shaken as I am, and finds the whole thing rather sketchy. After a few more minutes of talking about it, she goes outside to join Katie for a smoke, and about a minute or two after she went outside, she sends me a text that Kate not only remembers that Halloween incident, but that Kate is also confident she had interacted with someone like this in between Halloween 2017 and August 2018. So I go outside and speak with them to get more details about Kate's encounter. The second incident between my personal two interactions happened sometime when Kate and her boyfriend were home at the time, between noon and 3 p.m. in June. A man approached them asking who our neighbors were and then left. Kate believes it could very well have been the same person when I started describing his appearance. If this story was true, this meant some random dude had approached our house at least 3 times. She also noted that just a few minutes before they went out to smoke, they noticed a dark van parked in our driveway when they were looking out their window, and that was not there when they went outside. Based on their timelines, the van would have been in our driveway when I answered the door. I didn't see it though, as the west wall of our front door blocks the view of most of the driveway, so I can't say with certainty that it belonged to the guy at the door. We go inside the house, and now all of us are on the edge, trying to figure out what to do about this creepy dude showing up at random times, asking about our neighbors and all that. As I said earlier, my initial thought was that this dude was trying to stalk someone in the neighborhood, so we started chatting about that. All of us seemed alarmed about how fake a name of Manny O'Brien sounded, so we kept going on about how there was no way that was a real person on our street. Even if this random guy had been telling the truth, why would he meet someone on Halloween night and then decide 10 months later at 9:30 in the evening that it was the perfect time to have a second friend date? On top of that, the guy came to our house on Halloween night, asking about the names of our neighbors, as if he was looking for someone, not as if he randomly ran into someone and made a new acquaintance. It makes no sense. My sisters then threw out the idea that someone was maybe trying to case our house to burglarize it, since he kept showing up at random times of the day, which stressed us all out. Our parents were expected to be out of the country in a few days for several weeks for their anniversary, and there's no way in hell that we wanted to be responsible for the house being burglarized while they were away. We then started trying to decide if this was something worth calling the cops over. As we were talking, our mum messaged us and asked why we were being so loud in the kitchen area. I told her the weirdest thing had just happened and asked if she remembered the guy on Halloween that was asking about our neighbors. She vaguely remembered, so I told her I'd explain in the morning. The next morning, I messaged my mum and explained why we were being so hyped in the kitchen. When I mentioned the idea of someone possibly casing the house, she was rightfully stressed and freaked out, noting that she was bothered about all these incidents. I figured that it would probably be the best call and call the cops, or at least report it. But unfortunately, not much came from the cops. The detective I spoke to was nice and said that incidents like this happened a few years back in our neighborhood, but nothing major ever came of them, so we shouldn't be too alarmed. She actually threw out the idea that maybe the guy had gotten a fake address, in a way similar to a woman at a bar giving a fake phone number to a guy. But that seemed a little too far-fetched for me. Like, who gives out a fake address to someone, and then that person proceeds to show up multiple times to the same house, asking the same repetitive questions over the course of a year or so? That doesn't seem reasonable. The officer did agree to do some drive-bys for a few days to see if there was any suspicious activity, but I never heard back about anything. On top of calling the cops, I also decided to get the Nextdoor app and post about this incident, so other community members could be aware and keep watch. None of the neighbors had experienced anything like it, but they were appreciative of the post and suggested getting camera systems on the doors. As of now, none of us have had any other interactions with this weirdo dude approaching our house, and we hope to keep it that way. My parents have refused to put up cameras in their front yard because they don't always help with police investigations, and they're expensive. I was able to convince them to put serious locks on all the windows, but that only offers a little security to the situation. We also alerted at least one of our neighbors about the incident so they could look for any suspicious people wandering around the houses. I'm very curious if there actually is a Manny O'Brien living in the neighborhood, but not curious enough to hunt him down. This story took place in the summer of 1985 in England, when I was around 11 or 12 years old. First, a little backstory. I was allowed to walk alone at a young age. The fields are opposite a row of houses behind my home, on a busy road and visible from the rear of my childhood home. Between the two rows of houses is a dead-end road, with no pathway I could have directly gained access from the rear of my house to the main road, so I had to walk from the front of my house in a sort of U-shape temporarily out of my sight, to even reach the fields. Even so, once I was on the fields, my parents could keep an eye on me. So, on with the story. It was a warm summer evening, still light, so I decided to take my dog for a walk. I reached the fields with ease, and we waited a good half hour before heading home. From the fields, I turned right onto the main road, and was suddenly hit with a sense of realizing how eerily quiet the main street was. For a warm summer evening, there appeared to be no child playing, no cars being washed, and no grass being cut. I have absolutely no idea why I picked up on that, but it all became relevant to what next happened. Walking the short distance down the road, I stopped and turned to face the junction of the small road directly opposite, where I stood, that I would turn left on to be back on my own street. I stood on the grass verge. Before the new bypass, this road was often busy and difficult to cross. I had already almost been knocked over in the exact same spot months before, when a car skimmed my legs as I ran across without looking, so I'd been extra cautious ever since. So there I waited for the cars in both directions to pass, still thinking about how quiet everything seemed. Suddenly, a voice spoke very loudly and firmly in my left ear. "Watch out for the next car that comes over the brow of the hill." I still recall it word for word. Shocked, I immediately turned to see who it was. Only moments before, there was absolutely no one in view, so it came as a surprise to hear a voice right next to me. However, once I turned to face the owner of the voice, I was stunned to see no one there. I gaped at the open air in shock. What had just happened? Who on earth had spoken to me? Could they have run out of sight in a split second? Now, this wasn't a voice in my head, a feeling, or even a voice in the distance. This was a real physical voice, speaking to me as close to my ear as my shoulder, and is as real as any living human voice. And brow of the hill? This is a term that I had never used, or I believe heard, at such a young age. The voice said nothing else. It was then I felt awash with a sudden sense of dread and panic. I toyed with the idea of taking my chance and running across the road, but I knew this to be too risky. I had already had near misses in the same spot, and at this point, I was as far on the grass verge as I possibly could have been, with my toes dangling over the curb. It was then I knew, whatever the reason behind the warning, I would have to step back and wait it out. I knew I was trapped. I prayed the voice was wrong, but my gut feeling knew it was right, and that the message was meant for me. I slowly began to walk until I left the grass verge and was back on the pavement. My sixth sense must have taken over from that voice, as somehow I knew the car I was warned of was about to come from the right. The voice hadn't told me which direction, or even which style of car, but I knew. At this point, the back of my legs were pressed firmly up against the dwarf brick wall behind me. My breathing became shallow, as I kept my focus firmly on the right. From where I stood, both directions had a good stretch of road, so I could see for quite a distance in both directions. Plenty of cars were still passing from either way, and I had no bad feeling from any of them. The first car since this warning passed from the right, and I sensed nothing bad. The second car followed, still nothing unusual, and then the third car came into view. My heart sank. I knew this blue saloon car was the one I needed to be wary of. My heart began to thud rapidly, as though it were about to burst through my chest. My legs were now pressing harder against the wall, and I prayed this was all a huge misunderstanding, and the car would pass just like the others without incident. I kept my eyes firmly on it, and watched as it approached. I became aware that it was losing speed, and not traveling at the expected 30 miles an hour. It was definitely slowing down. I braced myself, and the car then came to a halt right where I had been standing, and I would have been only centimeters away from it had I still been there. Only the voice's warning ensured that I had to turn that distance into a far greater one. As the car came to a halt, the male driver reached over and flung open his passenger side door and beckoned me to approach his car. But I had a head start, ready to launch in the opposite direction. What's more, he even had the audacity to stretch right over as if to attempt to grab me. This still makes me shudder whenever I think about it. My toes barely touched the ground as I fled into one of the driveways of the bungalow behind me, and I banged on the door hard. There was no answer, and I banged again. Then I heard the voice echoing from the bathroom window. I went further down the driveway and banged there. "Help me, please," I yelled. A few seconds later, the side porch door began to open, and it was at this point I collapsed in a sobbing heap on the driveway. Relieved my call to help was successful, yet at the same time I still felt vulnerable and unsafe. A man and woman stood up, looking at me, perplexed. "A man tried to grab me and pull me in his car," I struggled to say. I needed to say no more. The man of the house ran out of his driveway only to discover that the guy who was ready to take me was still waiting for me, believing my first attempt at calling for help was unsuccessful and that I would emerge from the driveway alone. He tried to say he only wanted directions, but this was bullcrap at its worst. He attempted to grab me, and if he was telling the truth, why did he quickly close his car door and speed off? Unfortunately, it happened so fast, we never took down his number plate. The woman of the house kindly walked me the few remaining yards home, where she informed my parents of the incident. Needless to say, I was not allowed to walk the dog alone for a long time after that, nor did I want to. The people of the house divorced a few years after, and two families temporarily moved into the same street as where I live now, albeit at different times in different houses. I managed to speak to the woman not so long ago, but she has little memory of helping me. Even so, I'm always grateful of her help, and very grateful to the voice of an angel, if indeed it were, as without its warning, I may not be here today. I shudder to think what would have happened had I been standing on the edge of the curb, oblivious to the danger. As for the stranger in the car, let's not meet again. For context, I am female, and at the time of this story had just turned 15. I live in a very small and quiet village in England, where everyone knows everyone and the elderly come to retire. The village has a few shops that barely last months without closing and reopening something new. After you've pictured this village, as you can imagine, after 8 p.m. it becomes a ghost town. One night at 9 p.m, I was with my older sister Polly and her friend Lisa. They wanted to go have some drinks with my older sister Zoe, who lived 50 minutes away. Me being young, I of course begged them to let me go with them. My parents never being around meant I could do pretty much anything without issue. I was a good kid. I wouldn't be drinking alcohol, I just wanted to go out late and feel and be treated like a big kid. All three of us were roughly 5'6", so we all looked fairly young, although my sister and her friend were in their early to mid-20s. Now, while my sister went into the store to get alcohol for them, Lisa and I sat on a bench under a rather dimly lit light next to the road. Lisa was noticeably quiet and nudged me, telling me there was a man watching us. She then turned her back to him so that I could face his direction without making it obvious. There, stood about 10 meters away, was a tall, slender man wearing all black clothes and a beanie. I couldn't make out much as the only light around was the one that we were standing under, but he was bald. What's scary about that, you may ask? The man was looking into an abandoned shop window, not moving, just staring into the window with his back facing us. The type of glass on the window was frosted and blacked out. You couldn't see what was inside, but you could see reflections. The light we sat under made it perfect for him to see everything around him, including us. There is something truly sinister about someone staring into a blackened window in the middle of the night, right at you, watching. Why? I thought. I felt sick. Polly comes out the store cheery with her alcohol in a grocery bag, and we swiftly make our way towards our destination. Once a little bit away from the man, we're not looking back, and I tell Polly there's a man watching us. And as I said, Lisa whispered that, and I could hear the panic in their breath. Let me explain the area. There are two paths that are separated by a small river. You could easily jump to the other side without issue. I know this as I used to do exactly that with my friends. The two paths met at the end, and you could either take a right and go through a shortcut, or through a large unlit field that took us straight to Zoe's house, or left, which meant you stayed on the road with houses around us, but a route that added another 15 minutes on our journey. The path that we were on is next to a lit road with houses. I turned around and saw the outline of this slender man. He was walking on the right side of the river in between the trees in the dark. My heart was in my mouth. We began to speed up, and so did he. My sister Polly, being the more outgoing type, takes out the glass bottle from the bag and grips it in her hand, ready to swing should he try anything. We stopped to check his whereabouts and took some cover behind trees which obscured our view. My heart pounding. All I could hear were the deep, heavy thumps of my heartbeat in my ears. I have a heart condition. My heart feels like it was about to beat out of my chest quite literally, and it was deafening. We moved into the middle of the road to distance ourselves from the man further. We were nearing where the two paths meet. If we took a right and went through the unlit field, we would have crossed his path, putting us in the dark alone from any civilization. We needed to make a break for it. We shouted at each other to run, and I gripped onto my sister's jacket and ran as we left following the unlit road. We ran without looking back. I could feel my throat burning with each rapid, painful breath, and when we were far away from the path, we stopped to gather ourselves and look back. He was gone. Relief washed over me as I caught my breath. We began the longer route to Zoe's, discussing the recent events. Soon enough, I felt the aching knot forming in my stomach once more, as I realized we still had to pass the side exit of the field. I mentioned this to them as we neared it, and Polly pulls me on the outside, protecting me from the field, bottle in hand. There were no sign of the man as we passed, and although it was extremely hard to see anything, just a field of inky darkness, leaving your mind to play tricks on you. Once we passed, I realized I had held my breath the entire time, and I felt like I was about to vomit from lack of air and adrenaline. I managed to regain my breath, and we were quick to make it to my sister's safe. I explained to Zoe about the man, and she shook us off and told us that we were overreacting. Classic Zoe. Nonetheless, we had a good night, but we still had to walk home, and it was filled with much fear. And I'm glad we didn't see the creep again. I still live in the same eerie village, now nearing 20 years old. I wonder what intentions this strange man had for us, who was following us in the dark. I had been single for a very long time. My kids kept telling me to get back in the swing of things, but I kept making excuses. My nephew told me about this dating site. He said there was no harm in talking to people, so I tried it out. I put everything out there, so there were no surprises when or if they met me. I thought that if they still contacted me after reading all I had described about myself, and we matched, then perhaps I would have a coffee with them. I matched with a few and the conversation went well. I met with one gentleman who was way too regimental for my crazy life, and kindly declined any more involvement with him. Another guy seemed too pushy, and acted like I should be honored to be in his presence. And then came Richard. I had very low self-esteem at the time. That being said, Richard seemed great. We carried on conversations for hours. He lived an hour and a half away, so all we really could do was talk to each other. We talked about our kids, dreams, goals. My daughter even friended one of his sons on Facebook. I was a secretary for some self-help meetings in my town, and he was going to school to be a counselor. Perfect, right? Well, we talked for at least 4 months, but after a while I noticed that he kept having small problems come up. Arguments with his mum, with whom he was living. No money for gas, his truck broke down, his eldest boy was mad at him, just little things, you know, not anything that would set me off. But it was his, "poor me, to heck with it" attitude. I tried to let it go and really be a positive influence in his life. His mother and boys loved me and told me that they had never seen him so happy. Time went on, and we were still talking every day. I had an opportunity to come see him, and of course my daughter went with me, so she could meet his son in person as well. I took him and his son out to eat at the only little coffee shop in that town. I knew I was on a fixed income, but I paid anyway because he was going to school and didn't have an income as of yet. We had a good time. We met at his son's house on the hilltop town, and we were having such a good time that I didn't even notice that snow was coming down hard and the roads were icing up. So my daughter and I stayed the night in one of his rooms. It seemed like the closer we got to his family, the more distant they became to him. It was odd. The next day the roads were clear. We said our goodbyes, and I went home. Before we left, I received one extra hug from his son's mother-in-law. She whispered in my ear, "Don't fall for him." I thought that maybe there was something she didn't like about me. That came out of left field. The next few days we didn't talk, which I thought was odd. Did I do something wrong? Someone from the self-help meeting told me that there was a man looking for me. She said that he looked disheveled and smelled like alcohol. This wasn't a surprise, because I had helped quite a few people get back on their feet, and maybe this one fell off the wagon and just needed to talk. As I was driving down the street, I saw a truck in my driveway. I didn't recognize it at first, but it was him. He found out where I lived and was sitting in front of my house. At first, I was happy, until I looked in his truck and saw him slumped over reeking of booze. At that point, my fixed mode set in, and I asked him in for some strong coffee. He told me that he had a blowout with his mother, and she kicked him out and his boys won't talk to him. I got him some clean clothes and told him to take a shower. I figured we could sort it out the next day. In the meantime, I was taking him to a meeting. He sobered up and agreed to go. The whole time at the meeting, my friends were acting like I had lost my mind. Did they see something I was blind of? We went back to my house and he seemed okay. Almost too okay, like nothing at all happened. My son pulled me aside and told me he didn't like him much, but thought maybe he was just being overprotective. I should have paid attention. We went to the store because I wasn't prepared for the extra mouth, and bought 4 2-liters of soda, a gallon of milk, and 2 Monsters for him and my son, some chips and stuff for dinner. After we ate, we all watched TV and headed off to bed. I let him sleep in the spare bed in my room, but in the middle of the night he tried to get frisky. At that point, no. My grown kids were in the other room and something just didn't sit well with me. Like he wasn't the same man he was before. The next morning, my daughter came running out of the bathroom angry. She said in a loud voice, "Someone pissed all over the toilet." He didn't say a word. Later, we were all eating breakfast, and he started to let food drip out of his mouth onto the table and floor, and was spitting food as he was talking. He took 3 2-liters and drank them back to back, letting some run down his chin. Then, yes, there's more, he took the remote and started to set recordings for his favorite shows, deleting a few of my grandchildren's recordings set for weeks in advance. Wait. What are you doing, my friend? This isn't cool, I told him, but he acted like I said nothing. Then he went to the refrigerator and told me that I have to go to the store and buy more soda and stuff, as it was all gone. He even drank my son's Monster and the whole gallon of milk. At this point, my daughter was also livid, so she contacted his son, and he proceeded to tell her that his mum kicked him out the house because he wouldn't get a job and was stealing money and eating them out of house and home. His other son won't talk to him because he keeps asking for money and won't pay it back. He himself was mad at him for lying to me by telling me that he was going to school when he wasn't, and was using me as his next big meal ticket. Well, that was it. I got all his stuff together, took it to his truck, and asked him to leave. It doesn't end there. He had loosened some bolts on his transmission, making it impossible to move. He begged and pleaded with me to stay. He was at the point snot was coming out of his nose. He said he just wanted to be close to me, and that if that meant sleeping in his truck, he would, and that he couldn't live without me. Well, hell to the no. I called his oldest son and told them that if they didn't come with a tow truck and get their dad, his fate wasn't going to be nice. They arrived 2 hours later, apologizing for his father's actions. We found out through his son that for many years he had gone through many unhealthy relationships and took advantage of a lot of women that fell for his lies. He is still trying to friend me on Facebook to this day. Back in March of 2017, me and my girlfriend decided to take our annual trip to Orlando, Florida, earlier in the year than usual. I've always been a huge wrestling fan, and it was always a dream since I was a kid to attend WrestleMania. WrestleMania 33 was taking place in Orlando that year, and I figured it would be my best chance to finally go see it. It was, well, Orlando, and easier to convince my girlfriend to do this trip since I could take her to Disneyland and Universal as well. Fast forward to WrestleMania itself, and the show was great. It's an experience I'll never forget, both for good and bad reasons. Once the show ended, us, along with 70,000 other spectators, were leaving the show and trying to get Ubers back to the hotel. And if anyone is familiar with Uber, I'm sure you're aware that the prices get jacked up whenever there's a large supply and demand. Put it this way, it would have cost $100 for a 15-minute ride. Now, WrestleMania took place at what is used to be known as the Citrus Bowl, now Camping World Stadium, I believe. I wasn't familiar with the area since I'm from New York and didn't realize how ghetto the neighborhood really is, like something out of a movie. Seriously, look it up. So we decided that because the prices were so high, we'd try and walk as far away from the stadium as possible and get a cheaper Uber. About a half hour into us walking, about a little more than a mile away from the stadium itself, it's approaching 12:30 to 1 a.m. The neighborhood was practically a ghost town at this point, with a few wrestling fans here and there still walking. My girlfriend was complaining about her feet hurting, and she wanted to call her mum, so we stop and sit at a bus stop bench to do this. 2 minutes into the conversation with her mum, I realize that there's some guy in a hoodie that walks up behind us after he walked out from an abandoned house. He asks to use my girlfriend's phone, and she says she's on the phone right now. So the guy stands behind us for another 5 minutes or so, and finally I had enough and said, "You're not using her phone." "Excuse me?" he says. "You're not using her phone. We don't know you." He gets frustrated. "Why you make me wait here all this time then, if you aren't going to let me use it?" I was getting equally heated and told him to piss off because we didn't know him anything. My girlfriend was getting scared at this point because she knows I'm a hothead and that this wasn't going to end well. She grabs my arms and tells me, "Let's go." We start walking again, but now this guy is following us on his bicycle. I turn around and ask him what his problem was, and we start arguing, and at this point I tell him to leave again, except this time he pulled a gun from his belt and pointed at me. I don't know what I was really thinking at the time. The only thing that came to my mind was, that's just going to make your situation worse. At this point, I think I had received my biggest stroke of luck, as a police officer just happened to be at a red light across the street, so the guy flew off on his bicycle after realizing there was a cop there. The light turned green, and the cop continued on his way. Me and my girlfriend ran across the street to the only convenience store open, which had a few wrestling fans in there. We begged the guy behind the counter to call the cops, and everyone in the store asked us what happened. After explaining it to them, everyone was scared to leave the store. And an hour and a half goes by, and then I ask the guy finally where the cops are, and he just replies, "I didn't call them." So we'd wasted all that time. I called the cops myself, and the dispatcher basically accused me of being on drugs because I waited so long to call. She then asked me to go back to the corner where the guy had pulled the gun on me so she could get the name of the street, and since I was on vacation I didn't know the area. I still think that was a ridiculous request by the dispatcher, trying to get me go back to an area where I was nearly robbed. Anyway, I gave her the address and where the store was, and could explain the corner and even showed the corner to the cop when he would arrive. She sent an officer for us, and go figure it was the cop from the red light earlier on, who admitted he saw the guy confronting us and saw my girlfriend wave him down to help us but didn't think too much of it. Gee, thanks officer. He then pulls up on the laptop in his car and shows us a picture of the male who looked like the guy who pulled the gun on us. The cop explained that about 10 minutes after the guy fled the scene from me and my girlfriend, he confronted another couple and asked to use their phone. They actually let him, and he pulled the gun on them and took both their phones and the girl's purse. The cop then ordered us an Uber, and we went on our way. My girlfriend was traumatized the rest of our trip, and still holds it over my head that I almost got shot because I couldn't keep my mouth shut. There's a lesson to be learnt from this. It would definitely be wise to do some research on areas you're unfamiliar with that you might just be going to. You never know what's gonna happen. Back in 2006, when I was 17, I met this girl called Cindy through mutual friends. We became really good friends and hung out often over the next few years. As the years went by, she started hanging out with the wrong crowd and acting gangster. By 2009, I had my own car, and the only time Cindy would call me to hang out is if I did her a favor first, which was a ride somewhere. Eventually I got tired of this, and any time I would call her, she usually wouldn't answer. I got fed up and stopped being her friend. In 2011, after a while of not seeing each other, I forgot who contacted who, but we got together to hang out. As usual, she needs a favor first, a ride over to the next city to visit a friend. Forgetting all the times this happened in the past, I said yes, and this led to one of the most terrifying moments of my life. After picking her up at her house, she tells me last moment that a female friend is coming with us too. Me being an idiot, I pick her up too, and I'm all happy that I'm hanging out with two girls. We get on the highway, and despite asking numerous times where we were going and what we were doing, she wouldn't give me a straight answer. But I drive on as I'm happy to be hanging out with two girls. A while later we reach our destination, and it's a correctional facility. She came to visit a male friend, who we'll just call Suspect. After sitting alone in a lobby and questioning my life choices, they come back and we leave. I was pretty quiet on the drive home, and they didn't even ask me what was wrong. They happily chatted and left me out of the conversation. I dropped them both off and went home. A few days later, Cindy calls me and asks me to hang out again, telling me it would just be her this time. I say yes, and we set up a meeting for the following day. Then something important came up, and I called Cindy to let her know that I wouldn't be able to see her then. She didn't like this, got angry, and hung up. A few hours later, when I was home, she messages me and tells me not to blame her if guys come looking for me. A short while later, I get a call from the correctional facility, and being stupid, I answer it. A gangster-sounding guy addresses me by name, insults me a bit, tells me that I'm about to get lit up. Cindy then messages me saying that there are guys in my neighborhood looking for me, and this is terrifying because I was out in front of my house working on my car. I tried calling her and she doesn't answer. She texts me again letting me know they're close, and I immediately tried to call her again to no reply. She texts me and says the only way she can stop them is to pick her up and drive her to the correctional facility. Being terrified and fearing for my life, I oblige. This time she brings another female friend, Melanie, who I know, and we head over to the correctional facility as they blare their music in my car and act like nothing happened. After they visit the inmate, they proceed to drink in my car, despite me telling them not to. They blare out more of their music, and eventually spill an entire bag of chips and crush it into the carpet. I ask them to clean it up as they're getting out of the car, but they just walk away without a word. I dump all the garbage and chips out my car onto the street in front of her house, and find my iPod on the floor, oily and mixed in with everything. Feeling terrified and disrespected, I block Cindy and her friend's number, so they can never contact me again. Later on, through mutual friends, I learned that Cindy and Melanie gave the suspect my name and address and set up the whole thing. I had just graduated from college and was still living outside the major city my school was near. There is public transit that is relatively reliable, so sometimes I would go into the city for special occasions, knowing I would get back safely. For Halloween that year, my boyfriend and I decided to take the train and actually go to an event, not just a house party. As a female, there are lots of footwear rules, and I was worried that if I didn't wear heels, I might not be allowed into the club we were going to. I debated for a long time, and switched between heels and flats several times. I was wearing a black dress that I turned into a Black Widow spider costume by putting a red cutout on the front of it. In the end, I ended up wearing black Chucks. That night was great and relatively uneventful, and I didn't get hassled about my flats. At some point, I decided I was exhausted and wanted to head home, but my boyfriend was going strong and really didn't want to leave, which was no problem since we took public transportation. He gave me the keys to his house, which was about a mile away from the train station, and we planned that I would head back and he would join me later. The mile I had to cover went by a mall, a school, and finally a church that abruptly ended and turned into a row of houses that the boyfriend lived on. There was a designated sidewalk the whole way, but it also ran along a 4-lane road. I knew there was potential for late-night vagabonds, but I figured they'd most likely be around the station or mall. So by that time I was at the church and could see my destination, which was the second house on the row, and I was considering myself safe. As I passed the church on the right sidewalk, I'm about 200 yards from the house, and I hear a vehicle start to slow down as it approaches on my left. The speed limit for the area is 35 miles an hour, but people will often fly down it. I'd say people would probably go 45, given there were 2 lanes each way. The van had probably been going around that speed, because the sound of it slowing down was noticeable to say the least. I say van, because the sound of the de-acceleration caused me to turn and see white, hard-sided, really dark-tinted front windows from this van pulling over. Luckily, it was going so fast, it wasn't able to stop until it had pulled about 20 yards past me, where it sat idling next to the sidewalk. I stopped walking because there was no reason for the van to stop there, and I didn't want to walk by the sliding door. After 30 seconds of the van idling and no one getting out, I decided to quickly scuttle up onto the church flower beds so that I wouldn't be close enough to be grabbed by anyone who might open the sliding door. At first, nothing happened, and I felt dumb for being paranoid, and that's when I sent 1,000 prayers for deciding to wear flats that day. After 10 seconds of letting me walk on, I heard the van gun its engine and watched it zoom by and then screech to a stop about 10 feet away, cutting into the sidewalk with the tail sticking into the road. Hearing the driver's door open sent a jolt of adrenaline that I'd never felt before or since, and I took off sprinting in my glorious flats. As I passed the front of the van, I saw the driver pass the side mirror, meaning he was already outside his door attempting to make his way to the front. This is basically the end of the story, because I, up on my toes, sprinted all the way to the house and cut through some trees to lose him. I wasn't pursued any further as I could tell, and was able to get inside and lock the door. I will always be grateful I ended up wearing flats that night so I could run for my life. I don't really like considering what might have happened if I'd have been in heels. So Van Man, let's not meet again. I'm a chubby male, so creepers tend to leave me alone. When I was 19, I lived in Kentucky, pretty far from my North Michigan hometown. It was this little town called Pikeville, where there was very little crime. I actually kind of miss it, but I digress. My family came down to visit me for my birthday that year, and we agreed to meet up at the Hardys in town the morning after they arrived. I got there a lot earlier than them, and me being the type to show up 15 minutes early to everything, and them being the type who show up late. As I was standing outside waiting, this guy walks up to me. If you've ever lived in a place like this, you'll know everyone is super friendly. So it didn't strike me as odd when he began talking to me. During our conversation, all kinds of alarm bells should have gone off. Like after he found out I was in college, he said he saw me at a party. This is impossible, as I never once went out to a party. When he found out that I'm a gamer nerd, he started talking all about playing D&D all the time. He kept taking sips out of some alcohol bottle. Mind you, it's 10 AM at this point, and offered me some as well. He began talking about how he lost all his friends because he got into drugs, and I felt a little bad for him. He asked if I wanted to walk around for a bit, and since I knew my family wouldn't be there for a while, I went. This guy had been talking about how he lost all his friends due to drugs, and I felt bad for the guy. That, coupled with the fact that I hadn't encountered anyone like this, and the lack of crime kind of disarmed that warning part of my brain. We walked and spoke for a little while, maybe 10 minutes, before I realized that we were in a shady-looking part of town. I had never even realized there were shady parts of town of this small town, but here we were. We stopped in front of a house that looked long abandoned with this dark, narrow, sketchy alley next to it. He starts talking about how he knows 2 girls that live here and how they like to party. He tells me about how DTF they are and asks if I want to meet them. It was at this point my common sense finally kicks in. I'm in a bad part of town with a sketchy guy I don't know who's just talking about doing drugs and no one knows I'm here. And now he wants me to go into an obviously abandoned house under the guise of meeting some ladies. I obviously declined his offer and immediately said I needed to go back to my family as they were waiting. He seemed a little upset by this and then asked if I could help him move a pool table into his van, which was conveniently parked down the alley. I declined as well. This is when he began to reach into his jacket pocket. Since those bells started going off, I realized just how much it might look like this guy might try and shank me. At this moment, my stepmom did the only thing she ever did for me. She called me to see where I was, and I took this as an opportunity to hastily exit. The creep followed me for 3 blocks. I don't know what exactly that he wanted, but it was probably just to rob me. Still, that area has a good amount of disappearances and is one of the worst in the country for people being taken. I don't know what could have happened had I agreed, but I can't help but think that one of them is a scene from The Silence of the Lambs, where Bill lures a victim into his van. I hope he got the help he needed and is doing better, but I also hope just as much that I never have the misfortune of running into him again. I was 14 at the time, and had spent the night at my best friend's house, who was a year younger than me. We were pretty responsible, well-behaved kids, so we were trusted to be left home alone at times. That morning it was just 3 girls in the house, me, my friend, and her older sister, who was actually just about to leave for work. Parents were at work too. It was around 10 to 1 AM, and I was laying in her bed, half awake, trying to fall back asleep. I'm a massively light sleeper, and her sister would always be the loudest in the morning when she got ready. And although me and her older sister, low-key, weren't that fond of each other, I never said anything. My friend Gabby and her sister Cheyenne. I could hear Cheyenne making her way out the front door, Gabby behind her to close and lock it after her. I heard Cheyenne say something along the lines of, "Make sure everything is locked," and how there's a weird man across the street sitting on the curb facing the house. She leaves. I got up because going back to sleep was not an option. I have had sleep issues for as long as I can remember, so I was sitting on her bed with pancakes and we were just chilling eating our breakfast. This was about 10 minutes after Cheyenne had left, so me and Gabby were just chilling and talking, and I brought up how our sister said something about a guy across the street, and I said something along the lines of, "Your sister is so dramatic." I kid you not, there's knocking right on the door after I said that. Me and Gabby sat there looking at each other in silence. Her bedroom was located at the front of the home, so windows faced the street. I peeped through, but I didn't see a guy across the street. I creeped to the front door and I made a tiny peek to see who it was because her front door had this big old window with some shades. I didn't want whoever was there to see me. Long and behold, it was him, the guy Cheyenne warned us about. I knew because Gabby silently freaked out and was like, "Oh, it's him." We ran to the bathroom and called her sister. Gabby's house never really got visitors. I know this because I was always there. So there we are, locked in the bathroom, flipping out. Gabby said something like, "He's seen me after Cheyenne left. He knows I'm home alone." I was beyond scared, like, what if he somehow finds his way inside? We just knew he didn't have good intentions, so obviously now he knows there's a young girl in the house by herself. So her sister was on the freeway and wasn't able to return, so she told us to call their uncle who lives nearby. Her Uncle Mike rode a motorbike, who was really nice and tough looking. Me and Gabby are like sisters almost. So while we're waiting for Uncle Mike to show up, the stranger starts to frantically ring the doorbell. It got quiet for a little bit, and then he started to knock on the door really slowly. It was the creepiest thing ever. All her dogs outside are barking like crazy. Then before we know it, I heard her uncle's bike pull up. In relief, we left ourselves out the bathroom and run outside. So us two little girls thank God that he made it quickly. The story isn't over though. When her uncle pulled up, he pointed him out. "Is that him down there?" Gabby lived across the street from an elementary school, which was only a few houses down. The dude was standing in front of it facing us, watching us. Whoever that weirdo was, I'm just glad I never saw him again. This happened about a year ago. My church runs a college group on a plot of land that's mostly wooded, with a small clearing and pavilion set up in the middle. It's pretty much in the middle of nowhere. So I show up one night and there's a new kid called Joe. I notice right away that there's something creepy about him. We're playing a card game, sitting around a table, and he keeps saying weird stuff like, "You guys should have an upside down American flag here." A mosquito bites someone and they kill it, leaving blood on their leg, and he becomes infatuated with the blood. He calls people over from the bonfire to look at it. "Hey, look guys, blood!" He kept saying it over and over. Later we're singing a worship song and he wanders from his chair and stands on stage just watching us. I have anxiety, and at this point I'm nearly in full-blown panic attack mode, thinking any moment he's going to start shooting or something. I frantically look around and someone jumps to take him off the stage. They talk for a moment and he returns to his seat. I nope out as soon as the song is over, thinking that I'll never have to see this kid again. Wrong. He comes to my church again on Sunday morning and finds me in the crowd, starts small talking, and asks me where I go to school, where I work, what's my major. I lie my ass off. He shows me pictures of his family on his phone, and I see pictures of swastikas, upside down American flags, and the like. He sits next to me throughout the service, and I run to my car as soon as it's over, get in, close the door, and he stands at my window. "Sorry, I have to run, I have a family thing," I say. "I was hoping I could get your number," he says. I give it to him because I can just block him later, but I have to get the hell out of here. He calls me on the spot to make sure I didn't give him a fake, and I peel out of the parking lot losing my mind. He immediately starts texting me, asking me more questions which I ignore for the most part. I can only guess this made him angry, which would be why he sent me the following message a few days later. "That baiting is better. Gonna unleash my hell on him next time. Get to devour the whole buffet. Too bad I'm a murderer. And the fact that I'm an Irish Catholic. Next time I'm gonna show him my God. I hope everyone cries at the end. Sorry, I have a temper." I finally decide to call the police and give them some info. They do a wellness check, tell me he's supposed to be taking medication and going to therapy, but he's not right now, and they advise me to block him, which I do. They say if I ever see him again, to call 911 immediately. So to the extremely odd, blood-obsessed Nazi murderer, let's not meet again. About 12 years ago when I was 22, I worked at a video store. It was a few days before Halloween, and my manager asked me if I could work since everyone else wanted off. Me being the good employee I am, I said yes, and asked if I could dress up. She agreed and said that I could dress up as whatever I wanted. Can I dress up as a chick? I was just joking actually, until she told me that I didn't have the hair on my nuts to. Challenge accepted. I went out shopping and bought a wig, dress, and some makeup, and borrowed a bra from my current crazy girlfriend at the time. I did makeup the way I saw my girlfriend do it, and proceeded to walk to work. Now I only live about a half-mile from the store, and since I lived within walking distance to everything, I didn't see the need to have a car at the time. I started walking. I had to cross the bridge, walk across a street, and cut through an abandoned parking lot, and through an alley, and then I was there. It was dark out, but I've never had anyone bother me while I was out for a nightly walk until today. Halfway across the bridge, I look up and see a man in his late 20s, maybe early 30s, walking towards me. As I get a little closer, I realize this guy's checking me out. I giggle a little bit and laugh at the thought that I must be a pretty hot chick. I walk past him and continue on my way. And as I walk, I continue to let my mind wander in La La Land. I get through the parking lot and start down the alley when I hear someone say, "Hey, sexy girl," and I feel my ass get slapped. Not like a love tap, a full-blown painful ass slap, the kind that leaves red marks. "What?" I yell as I turn around to confront this guy and realize it was a punk, the same one I passed on the bridge. "Oh, man, sorry." He was obviously caught off guard. Looking back on it now, I can't stop laughing as I say this. But at the time I was beyond livid. I grabbed him by the cuff of his shirt and shoved him to the ground and moved to kick him a few times, but he was pretty quick to get on his feet and run away. He took off the way we came, repeatedly yelling, "Shit, shit, shit." I stood there stunned for another minute thinking to myself, what in the hell just happened? I went into work, and as soon as my manager saw me, she started laughing. "I didn't think you were actually going to do it." Of course, she laughed even harder when I told her what you've just heard, how I was almost sexually assaulted. So pervy dude, for your sake, let's not meet. My cousin was a drummer in the 60s. He toured the world for many years. When he retired, he brought his own tour bus and drove bands all over the USA. When bands were in the area, the stars stayed in a hotel, but the band would stay with me. This was when bands toured an area for 4 or 5 days. I was 16 and a good cook and a great baker thanks to my grandma. When the bands would arrive, I would have a layout of my speciality 3-day lasagna, bean dip and chips, hamburger pie, my famous peanut butter fudge and peanut butter cookies, and a lot more. Enough to feed an army, my mother would always say. When my favorite band would arrive, we would go hang out with the band and my cousin at the venue, and sometimes watch the show. This one time we were hanging out with the band in front of the club they were playing at. The Star stayed at the back of the bus. My mother, father, sister and cousin were talking near the back of the bus. The band members and I were hanging out near the front of the bus out of sight of my parents, and I was sitting on the hood of our car with my legs crossed, wearing a casual skirt or halter top. The 5 band members were near me, with only one, my crush, next to me about 10 feet away. He was smoking and I really didn't want to breathe that stuff in. Some man was kind of drunk, walked over to where I was sitting. The guys thought I knew him, but I certainly didn't, and pushed me back onto the hood of the car, pulled my skirt up, and was trying to pull my halter top off. He was so fast, he was like an octopus. In no time, the 5 band members had him on the ground while my crush adjusted my clothes and held me in his arms while I stood sobbing. My parents, my sister and my cousin came running when they heard the commotion and saw me sobbing in my crush's arms and the drunk man on the ground. The police were called and arrived in 3 minutes, and I had to tell them everything the man did, which left me sobbing more. He was taken to jail and I don't know what happened to him, but the fact that these band members jumped into action to defend my honor was appreciated very much. They came out a few more times and said they would take me on the road with them when I turned 18. The week before my 18th birthday, my cousin passed away from a sudden heart attack from all the drugs he used in the 60s with his own band. I was beyond crushed and spent a week in my room crying. So many of the guys I met called to say how sorry they were. A few of the stars also took the time to call, and even my crush called several times. So to all the band members who were wonderful to me and my family, thank you. To the drunk guy who tried to assault and do something worse to a 16-year-old girl, let's never meet again.